Welcome back to Stationeers. Today I'm gonna play the Titan mod by Merc. It doesn't require Bepinex, it's just a soft mod. You can just click in the workshop of Steam, subscribe, move it to the top of your workshop lists in Stationeers, and see to it that the checkbox is activated. Reboot Stationeers, and there it is, available as a world that you can play. Let's go through this thing. What character does it have? It's very cold. We have mostly nitrogen, a few volatiles, and they will liquefy in the atmosphere. In reality, it would be even colder, he says. I will just assume he. Because that's statistically true on YouTube for everybody who watches my videos, and thus probably for the Stationeers community, which is sad, but okay, that's the way it is, I guess. But even colder would mean that ice balls fall to the ground, and that's too cold then. That would crash the game. At some point in the future, or is that already a thing, that would instead just be added to the ice account. There are ice caps in the game now, or maybe that's already the case, and what I'm looking at is a mod description that is not up to snuffs, but whatever. So a gravity lower even than on the moon a little bit, and we start with a deep miner and wind power and wind turbines, because there's little coal and such on the planet, but the deep miner would supply that then. The deep miner would give us this. Not sure what difficulty to choose, so we hide that. New world. Titan. Let's show the workshop thing again. Ow! I actually moved that above the core. Why it's below now? Okay, I don't care. I mean, I just booted the game, and so that's the state I find myself in, and apparently that's not a problem to play the Titan mod. Apparently. Okay then. These are difficulty mods that I made for myself, which you can see here. I didn't bother making an image for that. They're mostly hard, mods for hard playthrough, hard difficulties with reduced hunger and thirst, or possibly even with creative turned on, because you can do all that easily. Yeah, easy, that's the question. What difficulty will I choose? Let's first look at Stationeer. I mean, as in next, and check the landing gear. Oxygen tank, water tank, construction supplies, all of that is standard, I guess. Then with the electrical supplies, which contain 3 wind turbines, cable coil, APCs, 2 of them, 2 battery cells large, portable generator package. In other words, not the solid, there's also the industrial supplies. Electronic parts, cable coils, steel shields. I wonder if the mod has been loaded correctly, because that doesn't strike me to be correct. So let's dive in. I will possibly die because it might be too hard for me, because I suck at Venus, for example. That's what she said. And maybe it's as hard as that. Titan. I don't know if it's supposed to be this flat, but okay, let's just take it as it is. Saturn's majesty on the horizon. So we have 2 landers. Let's see what's on them. Oxygen and impervious to temperature change. We can see here this progress bar thing. This means that it's an advanced tank which doesn't care about the environmental temperature. Deep miner, steel sheets, tracking beacon. Nice. Advanced airlock. Solar generator, okay, so we can do something with coal. stuff. Yep. Standard. What? Oh yeah, I guess it's a user interface bug, I guess. Whatever. I mean, it opened at the same time, that's what I'm saying. One passive vent, only one active vent. That's a bit harsh for this environment. All the usual stuff. So we have not enough oxygen. We have 2 oxygen tanks that should last us for a while, and all of these are advanced, except for the water tank, which is already cooling down. But we'll have enough time, I think. Iron sheets still. Okay, let's make the actual hall here. What is going on? I'm just walking. Dude, what the fuck? Huh. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's 16. And then, of course, another 16, 32, 38. That's a bit close. But it's only the start, so who cares? Already? Whoa. Okay. Another okay. No tab. So, how cold is it? Minus 139 degrees. That's actually not that cold. I expected it to be colder. Wonder if the mod would actually have belonged above the core. But I mean, we have the modded starting conditions. So that's working. First thing I should do is make sure that we have some electricity. Toss. Really? I turned that off. Wait, what? Okay, okay, I'm getting the impression as if the entire recording is botched, because the preview window of Ops is still showing me the web page, which I know I turned off. Now I'm seeing the live window of Ops, I mean the normal main window, and everything looks fine there. What the fuck's with the preview? Let's just turn the preview on again. I mean from scratch. And now it's showing the correct content. That's something that shouldn't happen, but okay, it means the recording is not botched. This reminds me of last Sunday, when in the morning I deleted one of my superfluous YouTube accounts because Google's account system is just such a stupid jungle. I mean, they don't know user interfaces, they don't know how to manage things. Usability, nope, they're bad at that. I mean, I had that opinion for a long time, and it was confirmed then when I realized my entire German channel was gone. Good thing there was a deletion process that could be undone, and so I found out how to do that, and well, I wanted to say here we are, but this is not the German account, obviously. So in a similar way, I just thought the entire video so far is gone, but it's not. Upright wind turbine. The solid fuel generator. Or first maybe a wall, so I can see if I didn't place... Man, I have no idea if you can really hear me, it's so loud. If the walls will be placed too closely to the wind turbines. Power-wise, we're not looking that bad. 97% already. Wow. And that was stupid. That was less stupid. Solid fuel generator. I think the airlock, I kind of wanted to put the airlock here. That makes sense. Let's put it in this direction. So I can immediately walk here, and the cabling that the airlock needs can go out. That would not be in the airlock then, would it be? But it can be adjusted. We can still adjust. I hope the rain sound won't be that loud once we're really indoors, but I guess it will be. The way Stationeers renders sound is it finds out how the pressure of the place where the sound is created and the pressure of the place where you're listening, and then combines the two, and then that's what you hear. And also the distance, of course. But the rain's kind of close, isn't it?
Hydration critical.
Okay, hydration is already critical. So we're gonna have some light here. How many of these windows I have? Iron wall. Okay, I'm gonna do the usual glass box thing. Of course. But that's just the first base. I mean, I've set aside about 8 hours for this video. So, let's see how far we can get. Hello. Oh, the sound is changing. Man, I could have sworn I had enough iron sheets. I guess I mathed wrong. Okay. Let's just take some away then. The absolute glass base once more. Now we are officially inside a room. Therefore there should not be a rain animation in here. And there isn't. Great. My word is law. Okay, first step's done. Let's basically, maybe I should set up the deep miner already, so it can start producing ore. And well, I have to not die also, I realize, and there's rain animation inside here. Let's see if everything is closed up. This is gonna get old very fast. Rain animation inside the station? How lame is that, man? But okay, it's part of the terraforming expansion that they're building, I guess, this expression of rain. This world has been designed to be so extreme as to effectively utilize it. I don't know if this was planned by Merc, who knows. And so we're getting to see something. I mean, a first draft, I would assume, because it looks kind of crappy. Of a thing that we are not supposed to see, basically. Okay, where is my powered vent, my active vent? I need to empty out the station. Can put that up here. Yeah, I can actually make a... Why do these stupid things still fucking close? Things are getting a bit dire here, but that's normal in stationary difficulty. Let's empty the station. Set up. Okay, this sucks from the room. I mean, drinking and eating in vacuum is still better than eating and drinking at minus 140 degrees, so that's what I figured. Alright, let's work a bit on the setup in here.
Health low.
I mean, the rain is really gonna get old fast. There's stupid animation in this room the whole time. Annoying! What is happening? What? That's unfair, man. That is unfair. There's liquid in there from the rain, huh?
Hunger caution.
I wonder if I could place a box around this so that it counts as inside a room. Which is ridiculous, of course. But... Well, let's first save it. Which of course should give me a 38% damaged device instead of the pristine one that I now have, but okay. Well, I have no choice but to eat a little bit. Probably damage my lungs significantly, who knows.
Temperature critical. Toxin critical. Oxygen critical. Temperature low. Temperature critical. Toxin critical. Oxygen critical. Temperature low. Power low.
Save for now. So I'm gonna try to put a box up here above that and see if that protects the passive vent. Iron wall, and we would need iron sheets also. Do I still have some? Four. What the fuck is happening? I will just make basically a black box, so I only need these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it should work. It should work. And then I will still not have enough iron sheets. Alright. Sure, why not? Cannot walk through this. That is a problem. Well, no, it isn't. I don't have to get in there at all. Maybe it's even good that it's currently not raining. That's wild. Hey, wait, what the fuck am I doing? This doesn't work. I need to keep that open Oh, well, I can keep that open. And I need to build that in there. Oh shit, the passive vent is now, of course, not on me. Awesome. Okay.
Hunger caution.
Oh.
Health low.
This cannot be played, man. It's unplayable like this. I mean, this would mean that I can't make any airlock. So let me think about this for a moment. Currently we have liquids in the passive vent. Of course, there's the passive liquid drain that I can slap on a gas pipe, which gets rid of liquids. That doesn't help here though, because the liquids are in the vent itself. Ultimately, I need a way to get rid of the gases from the airlock, so to evacuate stuff. Where do I evacuate that to? Well, I could, for example, evacuate that into a gas tank. But there would always be planet atmosphere in the airlock, so I would always have an increasing amount of such gas. How can I get rid of that? Merc, what the fuck did you do, man? I guess the planet mod, whose last change was in January this year, 2025, is still not compatible with the current state of Stationeers, I guess. Or is the problem that this thing is pointing up? No, I don't think so. So let's measure what the situation out there is. Maybe it won't be that bad. The problem is I cannot swap this thing out from the inside. I always have to go outside. What? Oh, what's... okay. Right. The outdoor temperature is higher than these walls can take in pressure differential. Congratulations, you done goofed. The playthrough is kaput. So I cannot play the Titan mod, because the airlock cannot be made to work. And this playthrough is broken because because the pressure out there is too high and I didn't consider that stupidly. Did I? And what is the outdoor temperature, outdoor pressure really? Well, 200 kilopascals, it's not too bad. 205 kilopascals. Okay. So the pressure is just too high to evacuate the station. Just too high. Well, I could use, of course, the scrubber method. I don't have to evacuate it at all. But the airlock needs to be stronger than it is. Iron wall. How strong is this thing? It doesn't say here. Okay, that's not even the wall. 200 kilopascals. Okay, so we cannot make an airlock here because the pressure on Titan is slightly too high for that. I mean, of course I can, but not with these walls. I would have to use iron frames, which fucks with my current setup. Whew. Interesting. I could move the airlock to a different corner of the station that is not yet occupied by stuff. Put iron frames around it, which I have to weld. I mean, okay, that's still the same amount of iron sheets. We'll even save on some glass sheets. The doors, the glass doors are not sufficient, but maybe the composite doors. 300 kilopascals. Okay, so we could make an airlock, but we cannot evacuate the station in the way that I planned. In other words, I have to somehow survive until I have an advanced airlock, which can truly separate the atmospheres, and I have to purify the station atmosphere by means of, scrubbing, so we don't have a full vacuum pressure differential there. I have to survive until then. For that, I need a box in which I can survive. Well, the new planned airlock should allow that. I can evacuate that and eat and drink in there. Would be a manual airlock for now. And, and I could have just moved the active vent around to have an actual proper airlock until I can print one. And as for passive vents, I could explode a pipe, which should be easy with this atmospheric setup. So there's a solution. Wild as it may be, and until then I have to survive also. Oh well. Yeah, it doesn't. What doesn't happen? I have to move everything. Everything has to be moved. I don't have frames extra, so let's get those then. Oh shit, of course, I need extra iron sheets now. What? Why doesn't this teleport? How? I mean, goddammit.
Iron wall is not allowing me to do this. Iron wall is clearly an asshole.
That was my mouse crapping out.
Hunger critical.
Electricity. How do I do this? We'll just make the cable longer. I mean, that's what she said, right? So. I didn't flip this around, therefore I expect it to not be flipped around.
Health critical.
Uh-huh.
I'm aware.
Ah, let's do something about that. I mean, what choice do I have?
Toxin critical. Temperature critical. Oxygen critical. Temperature low. Toxin critical. Temperature critical. Hunger caution. Health low. Oxygen critical. Temperature low.
Wait a second. Didn't I have heavy cables somewhere? Because if I'm gonna close up that box, it's good to have heavy cables in there already.
Air tank low.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. Wonder what I'll do in regards to oxygen. I mean, obviously I can just use my tanks, but they are not infinite. Ah, shit. Obviously, I guess I will have to turn water into volatiles and oxygen. Downside, it takes tons of electricity and it creates volatiles of which I have enough, so that's not even efficient. But what other choice do I have? Other than trading, I mean. Huh. How do I guess I have to create a passive vent here now, right? Yeah. And the other one, where is it? Connected, 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 connected. Okay, time to box this up. Oh, there it is. Actually, that's a very good idea. Instead of fighting against the passive vent dying the whole time, I just use it. I just use this feature. I just use it as a feature by letting a pipe die on the outside. So I have an active vent, a passive vent on the inside that will work, and I have a broken pipe on the outside that will exactly be what I need. So let's see if that works. First I should weld this up. Okay, the airlock is now pressure-wise ready. I mean the setup for this planet, for this world. Ah, it's a planet. No, wait, Titan is a moon. Okay. The moon of guess who? The other dude there. Oh, it's not visible. Oh, too bad. Saturn. Okay, let's create the passive vent then, I guess. Well, this is ill-placed. Okay, we have a passive vent. And it's creating liquids, which are... What the fuck? Alright, so that problem has been solved. Very good, very good. Maybe we still have a chance. I already thought this playthrough was kaput, you know? I was ready to like, end this, but... I guess we keep going for now. Okay, so, I cannot make an advanced airlock yet. I can, for example, start evacuating the station. And this cannot destroy the passive vent, because the passive vent outside is one that I made by destroying it. So, haha! In your face, Merc!
Tank critical.
Yeah, there's that too. Though a real astronaut would first have checked 15 degrees, that was the temperature from the start. Here we have 20 degrees. I don't know why this is at 15 degrees, but okay, it doesn't really matter. 15 degrees, and here we are at 19.9, because the thermal mass of this thing is so huge that it doesn't really give a crap about the cold. This will be closed, and I will undrill everything else. Everything? Yep. But most. Alright, so... Hey, wait, evacuating the station is what I'm currently doing? Well, it does make sense. Not as long as I don't evacuate it entirely, you know? And now I can close this room. No, wait. Stupid me. Prepared for failure once more, and succeeded in doing so. Oh, look at that, we have a vacuum.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical. Temperature critical. Cognition low.
Cool, that's that then. We have a quasi-working airlock, I can't fucking believe it. Where's the disc? There it is. Already stick it in. That's what she said. And, I think the music died. Could it be, huh? It did. So... Save. So how should I continue? I need a deep miner for resources. Is that the first thing, though, to build? What about the centrifuge? Do I have chutes? Let's look at all of that stuff. There's material to build the deep miner. I will need 16 steel sheets indeed. Then we have here the... what is that? Advanced airlock! Okay, we have an advanced airlock chip here. I don't know if that's useful to us, because for that I definitely also need a second active vent. And if I don't find that, then I shouldn't put the chip in, because then the airlock is entirely useful instead of useless, instead of just useless. Centrifuge, there it is. Do we have some chutes? I guess not. Well, the centrifuge could be indoors, so it can keep spitting out materials for us, or that it can be operated safely. Oh, 20, okay, stop. No, not that long. Any damage to report? Apparently not. Okay. Wow, the battery's already that empty. 56%. Half the battery was drained by the coal. Whoa. No, let's leave this here so I know what I'm doing. For a change. Autolathe?
Power low.
Interesting. An interesting station emerges. Oh, already full.
Nice.
That's what she said, I guess. When she placed the dishes, but everybody was already satisfied with the amounts, but she had been working in the kitchen for hours, and so understandably she was a bit miffed. And so it was every day, and I don't know how they put up with that.
Centrifuge.
Yeah, let's keep everything close to the chest. Or closer even to the wall? No, this way I can still pass. Once there are chutes I cannot... let's do it like this, whatever. Centrifuge. What else is new? Wrench 2 steel sheets. I guess those 12 need to be enough for the deep miner. Interesting station layout emerging here. Yeah, it's one of the really great things about Stationeers, that it will move you in slightly different ways depending on circumstances, which will then lead to lastingly or vastly different feeling or outcome. Air conditioner. Scrubber.
Waste tank caution.
Not sure if that's the right move, but okay, let's just try. Well, then, but there's some volatiles here, some pollutant here, yeah. And let's scrub out the bad gases, of which we have tons here. And then we'll just carry this thing to the airlock and empty it on the outside. That's the idea. Not sure if that will work. This thing's pretty effective. Too much, maybe. Okay, so I can empty this box to the outside, protect myself from more crap coming in. That's good. Short break. Okay, let's set up the deep miner then. Thinking about setting it up in a way that it would spit its stuff straight into the station through the wall, which chutes also do, so I'm not sure how illegitimate that as a move would be. And I have a particular idea about how to set up the power supply, which might be a very good idea. How full is this thing? Okay. What does the station atmosphere say? Volatiles. Okay, we basically only have nitrogen. I need to heat it up in here. I could use a furnace, I could use heaters. So let's we don't need to evacuate this. Wait out the pressure differential. Could it be placed here? What a waste of frames. I can just remove the frames and I could still place it there. That seems viable and cheaty, but don't mind if I do. So this thing doesn't have enough power. Doesn't have enough power because, well, it needs like 500 watts, I believe, and that's not what's coming from the wind turbines. However, whenever we don't have everything blowing away when there's a constant kind of stormish thing going on here, I don't know, but these things produce 800 watts when there's high winds, when there's storm, and if we're lucky, then this rainstorm kind of thing will sometimes have that power. And I don't need a constant spitting out of materials, and I definitely don't need this thing to suck dry my station's power reserves, and so this as a first setup seems like the right choice. Wow. Oh. Right. Okay, so that's a problem. When I open this, we will have a lot of... I actually don't know. Yeah, we will have kind of low pressure here, because everything is jumping into this box, and from the rest it's streaming here, and that damages the window up there. Not good. So I need to repressurize each time. That's not fun. But I can set a low repressurization value and then go and then explosive decompress for the rest, so that's fine.
Power low.
Is this thing already moving? Yeah, it is. Alright, so the plan works. Nice, nice, nice. This very interesting puzzle world. Can we stack these further? No. So, maybe I should have placed this guy differently, so this guy could spit into this guy accidentally, directly. Is that a thing that we could do? But I guess the centrifuge also needs 500 watts when it runs, so that's a bit much. 100, That's still a lot, but How are we looking? So we don't have any more volatiles in here, that's good, because volatiles are toxic. Uh-oh.
Hunger caution.
Don't even have to carry that through the second wall, through the second door. Oh, I do, motherfucker. Okay. Stationeers has become more complex, hasn't it? Oh, that solves it for now, okay. I have a feeling that I should have brought the duct tape. Well, it's still in there. Crap. I guess I should try to remove the... What is happening? No, you don't. Let's see if that removes by itself. That's possible, I guess. Ah, okay, I just wanted to unbuild the door, but I guess it's not necessary. Though, look at how slowly this is removed. I mean, the next rain is certainly coming in less than 15 seconds, I guess. And these are not seconds. That is such a fucked up situation to be in. Man, Stationeers has become more interesting. Why are my lungs being damaged? Look at that, the atmosphere breathing. I guess there was still some volatiles in my suit's volume, and I was breathing that in the whole time, I guess. And so the lungs are now actually badly damaged. I didn't notice that. By the way, this morning, it's Saturday, I thought, hey, yeah, let's do a live event. That would be my first live thing here, so a live transmission, which I would also record. Or is YouTube recording that? I don't know really how that works. That would be my first time. I would have to make an API key or what it is and so forth. And I will probably do such a thing at some point. I mean, very probably. But I felt it is still too early for me to do that. So that'll come. And by the way, do you know Vintage Story? I purchased that yesterday. Vintage Story looks like Minecraft, but it is a simulation game. It's a survival game whose simulation is easily as deep as that of Stationeers, as far as I have heard. I haven't yet experienced much of it, but let's say, for example, you want to craft an axe, then you have to like chisel the materials so that the forms fit together. That's something you have to do. And you have to rotate the crops because the soil will get exhausted, and you have body temperature and so forth. I don't know much about that game, and well, I can't also promise anything, but if that's cool, then I'm gonna do a few videos about that then, I guess. First I have to learn the ropes though. Huh. So, liters are now evaporating. Yeah, but it's slowing down. It's an exponential thing, I guess.
Suit
Yeah, that's
damaged.
kind of what I figured.
Temperature critical. Toxin critical. Oxygen critical. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Toxin
Set
critical.
inward.
Toxin
Into...
critical. Toxin critical. Pressure.
God fucking damn it.
detected. Toxin critical. Toxin critical.
That's bad.
Cognition low.
Oh, fuck me. This is really, really bad. Where is the pill? Oh, there it is.
Cognition critical. Cognition low.
Where is the duct tape? Yeah, that's kind of a vicious cycle, isn't it?
Temperature low.
I mean, now I have some volatiles in the room here because I had to open the airlock too quickly. So I have to pump those out, so this thing will be full-ish again, and so forth. Wow, man, I already wasted the very valuable pill. This game is, this world is not a joke. Okay, next steps. No more volatiles, good. Thing basically empty. Very good.
Hydration critical.
Okay, so we're getting materials now, which I could then centrifuge. Should rotate this thing then. Not sure if I'm gonna let it run the whole time, but at least then there's this option. Which apparently I don't have. What? Oh, I have to recharge my batteries.
Hunger critical.
Pretty sure that this will still toss them on the ground, roll, grab. Except if they maybe change the grabby behavior of the shoes, because I have experience with the centrifuge in this regard. What? Oh. What? So that deconstructs it. Wrench into steel sheets, of course. Of course, the amount of charge coming in is now way lower because whenever there's enough power to let something come in, the deep miner will also run. But that's just for now. Let's see how this works out. Wait. Oh. Okay. That's wicked. I can turn off the deep miner from here. Take that, logic programming. Arc furnace not to be run indoors, I would say. Here we have some more places where I could run something. I don't see a reason to
Waste tank critical.
move this
Temperature
thing.
low. Temperature critical. Temperature low.
Away from the deep miner. I mean, it can be directly attached to it, basically. Yup. So that's the hand drill. Then we have the labeler. Wait, what? I have two labelers? Whoa. That's weird. So, channel change. I didn't start the channel with Synthera. I mean, I didn't start the recording with Synthera, but with Drone Zone because Synthera was playing crappy stuff at that time. So let's just switch. Man, I'm a bit confused, you can tell, huh? How do I proceed? How do I proceed? I think I'm missing a tool. Where is my angle grinder? Or did one angle grinder magically, or did the angle grinder magically transmutate into a labeler? I mean, which it shouldn't, I think. Screwdriver, the two wrenchy things, welder, drill, and where is my angle grinder? Too bad I can't review the recording right now, because first the video has to be stopped and finalized by ops. But I get the impression as if there's a bug here that transmutated my angle grinder into a labeler. I have two labelers, I have no angle grinder. I mean, it seems like an open and shut case. God damn it, what the fuck, man? I've never had that. But, I mean, where could it be? Oh, there it is! Aha, I found it. It was in my mining belt. Okay, let's eat and drink something in this very cold atmosphere. Should prepare food for such situations.
Health low.
And where, by the way, is that empty bottle that I had? Here it is. Something to eat.
Temperature critical. Oxygen critical. Temperature low. Temperature critical. Oxygen critical. Hunger caution. Temperature low.
Okay, it's way too low and the temperature, and I need to heat things up in here. But any materials, I should actually basically go out and try to mine something if that's a possibility on this world. Oh, right. This thing also needs to be charged. Oh, the thing is still on? God damn it. I was pumping the station empty the whole time. Good thing I went mining. Man, I'm so not ready for this. Oh,
Hydration
iron.
critical.
Great. That's on. No iron. Oh, scarce indeed. Oh, coal. Very good. Supposedly there's an ocean of ice under the surface. I don't know exactly what that's supposed to mean. An ocean of water, frozen water. So that would mean that we can find lots of water, ice resources if we dig deeper. I don't know if that's true. miner offline. There's certainly enough coal here. I thought we'd only find that under the planet's crust, or in the planet crust, via deep miner. Or in the mantle, I don't know, whatever. This would be the crust, and drilling through it, then we would be in the mantle, I think. Oh, iron, yeah, that's pretty important. Certainly not have too little coal. Or maybe I'm not yet proficient enough on this planet, on this world, on this moon, to have that kind of statistical opinion. Maybe it was just random that we found so much coal. Or not. Yep, that's it for now. Oh, that too. My God. Why do we hear this sound as if the pressure in there is too low? Just 50 kilopascals. And I don't see any complaints here as to the pressure. Why do we have these sounds? Hey, look at that. Nice. Why does it make these sounds that tell you that the pressure differential, that the walls are suffering basically? Why is it making these sounds? Huh. I don't know. So there's the arc furnace, which I need to cable up, and I need to add some chutes so I can run this thing from the indoors. One of the first things I want to do, which is weird, but what's this sound? Where's this coming from? Well, everything's fine. By the way, I might have let some volatiles in, which is a good thing, Because then I can just set the air on fire, which normally increases the temperature, doesn't it? Oh, there's no more oxygen. Okay, that's a bit risky. No more volatiles. Weird. Weird.
Power critical.
Am I doing this wrong? Why am I not getting volatiles in here? I'm pumping in gas from the outside. It's not getting colder, the pressure's not increasing. What's happening? Maybe the pipe only works in one direction, this broken pipe? I'm confused. So again, if I click here, this means set outward into the room. I don't want that, so let's not click it. I don't get it. There's no... Oh, there's something damaged here. Okay. Yeah, directly at the airlock, of course. Why doesn't it tell me how damaged it is? Doesn't it normally tell me how damaged it is? I'm not holding any tool. I don't get it. Something seriously fucked up. You know what? I'm gonna reboot the game. Let's see what happens. As in, exit the exit Alt F4. Okay, let's see. It is not telling me how damaged it is. This is new. Screenshot. I'm playing on beta, of course, like I always do. So I need to eat one some more.
Temperature critical. Oxygen critical. Temperature low.
Lungs are badly damaged.
Temperature critical. Hunger caution.
I need to heat up the station. Apparently it's already too late for that. This is bad. This is bad. So 3 are enough to heat up 1 box. I don't have any pill.
Not good.
First thing I should print is a spawn, so this will be a playthrough with deaths, I guess. Six grams of iron. How much do we need for a spawn? 3 iron, 1 copper. Do we have that here? We do. So let's print a spawn right away. So I can at least continue playing. I mean, you know, else I would spawn out there and then would be in a death loop. I don't want that. You don't want that. Well, maybe you want that. I don't know. I guess not. If you're still here, then you want to see the video continue. And the death loop is not really quite that, is it? Come on. You know you want to. Oh, damn, of course, I still have to burn them, I forgot. I thought, for whatever stupid reason, I thought bricks would come out. That was stupid indeed. So, iron ore here. Haven't played this in a while. Was that really a good excuse? I don't think so. Well, I guess I have to wire up this guy. I have the Turkish version installed. No. Respawn point. The kit respawn requires 3 iron, 1 copper. It's really little, really, and I still don't have that.
Hunger critical.
Can I even do that? Oh yeah, that's possible. I mean, technically. Whatever. Asshole. I was thinking about doing a playthrough at some point. On which world, I don't know. Could actually be a playthrough that already exists, because, get this, as 3 different people. I have the robot DLC, I have the Israelian DLC, so I have 3 species available to me. And I can play them basically interchangeably. I think. I haven't tried this yet. Okay, seems like this playthrough is secured. Okay, we would now spawn in here. Next death, or I mean that would be the first death, I should be spawning here. Oh, this rain sound is getting on my fucking nerves. Wish I could turn that down. And the animation inside the room, seriously? Let me just screenshot that also. Okay. What you can do is you can open the save game that you have, the world.xml, and search for the term Steam ID. And then you will find that, and then after that you will have the value 0, probably. So just keep searching. You will find the Steam ID many times. At some point you will find one that's very long. That's actually your personal 64-bit Steam ID, your account's number. And then you can replace that number, maybe including the greater and the less than signs that surround it, just to be sure, but I think this number will never occur anyway in other contexts. You can replace that in the entire file with a different one. For example, increment it by 1. And then you save and load the game, you save, and then in Stationeers you load the game, and then you will find yourself dropping in with a capsule. Because Stationeers will figure, oh, this save game is not yours, so let's put you in there too. And I think that at that point it is also possible that you just spawn in as a different species. I think. I haven't tried that. I have tried the former for some videos actually, also used that. Stationeers, the most recent Stationeers news video uses that trick. And in this way, I think by rotating this, the identities, you know, it's a bit tricky, but can be done. You could play as all 3 species in one playthrough. So I would have to put the others in sleepers and such, and then I would flip over, and that's interesting. I haven't seen that yet, and something I'm loosely planning on doing. And I'm pretty sure that this would be a new playthrough, because then I would obviously start as the robot. The robot would be sent down to the planet to set everything up so that the human can spawn in, and eventually an alien would visit, or something along those lines. So what's the next step here? Deep miner is spitting out stuff, so we're getting some kinds of resources. Little. I need to make sure that the arc furnace can be operated from the inside, which takes a lot of iron for all the chutes. And of course then I need to put in materials and it needs to be logicked up. For that I need the electronics printer, so I think that's not the very first move. Okay, let's keep that avenue untouched for now. What is it that I need then also? Well, I think I should print the atmospherics printer to get the airlock up to snuffs. The hydraulic pipe bender, I mean. After that, the electronics printer. So first order of business is the hydraulic pipe bender. Bender, and what does it mean? It needs 2 gold and 10 copper. I have 1 gold. Arguably, that's not enough gold. The power situation is fine, not bad, not bad. Or start. That, I guess?
Temperature critical. Hunger caution. Temperature low. Temperature critical. Temperature low. Cognition low.
Ah, shit. Was that too much? Am I still breathing? Oh my god, that's a trick I read recently. That if your lungs are damaged, then they cannot take in much oxygen. I mean, of course, that's not a surprise. But if you then supply an atmosphere around you that has more oxygen, that alleviates the problem. So we can actually use this to measure how damaged the lungs are by having to turn this up further and further. Interesting. I've never used this trick before. Okay. God damn it, I've found a new trick.
Valuable playthrough.
I mean, of course, you're not new per se in Stationeers. I mean, I have never used it, and if you're consuming much of this channel, then you might get the impression that there is no such way. But no, there is such a way. So it's minus 71 degrees, and what gas mixture do we have? There's some O2 in here. I don't know why it's so warm, because I tossed down so many of the sticks, of course. So that should get us that should get 4 of these boxes to a nice temperature. 1, 2, 3, 4. And another 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Because 3 of these sticks are enough to get on Europa one of these boxes to a temperature of like 20 degrees or 15 or 30 degrees. But here we have half the temperature. I mean, we have double the temperature. I mean, okay, minus 140. No, we have minus 70. So that's less temperature to overcome. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, more than that, because I mean we're reaching a temperature of more than 30 degrees. And well, yeah. And then later I can unleash some of the O2 that we have here and can just breathe inside the station. Maybe I don't even have to die. That would be awesome. But then I need to think about cooling. So I need to think about resources. So that's really a problem. So let's make sure that all the batteries are charged, actually. Is it done? Is it finished? Anything more? I think the frame rate is a bit low. Let's turn down the settings of distance rendering. Has it gotten better? I think it's the weather effect, huh? Let's see what the weather effect settings do. Weather quality low. Well, it's now less visually occluding. Ah, look at that. So that's a better choice, I think. Minus 51 degrees. Okay, so we need to mine. Definitely. And we need to smelt. Hand drill, angle grinder. I would also like to make another locker. Let's do that right away. Even though that does seem a bit wasteful in the current situation. But I mean, all this clutter and my full inventory are saying do it. So frame rate isn't too high right now. I guess once the weather event is over, which we will see very soon, it might be faster. Here maybe? No. So this would be another manufactory. This is the resource corner. Let's just put some... Oh, no, don't do that, don't do that. Aha, frame rate is high. So the weather event is really eating lots of the frame rate. That is not something I have heard the RocketWerkz team talk about wanting to change the weather. So I don't think there will be much improvement that we can expect anytime soon. I think we just heard the sample of the drag and drop sample, playback at super high speed, so there's a bug there also. Checking frame rate. It seems to be still high. Could it be that the weather quality setting change only kicks in between weather events?
Hydration critical.
Temperature at -35. That's still too low. Where are my flares? Here they are. Let's use all the flares then.
Hunger critical.
So, do we have some temperature bleeding? Yes, here we have... this pipe is constantly cooling down the station a bit. So, and it's convecting more and more joules. Why? Because there's more and more to be convected. The station is getting warmer. I think that's the reason. We can test this by isolating us here from the increasing temperature of the station, and it's not showing. See, if there's a positive value here in convected, this means that this thing is convecting away energy. Minus means it's receiving energy by touch of air. And so, yeah, the station heating up means that more and more gas is getting lost, more and more temperature is getting lost there. It's not too bad, I guess, because ultimately we will have too much heat here, definitely. So let's smelt some stuff. 18 iron. And go mine. Do I need to prepare myself? That. Maybe top up the gas. What's the pressure here? 7 megapascals. 7.5. So let's keep using this one.
Air tank critical.
And empty the inventory, because we can. No! Minus 20 degrees. Alright. Oh, right. This means that we're losing station output. Okay, so the first thing I really need to get is the hydraulic pipe bender so we get a proper airlock. Definitely no questions. Yes, yes, yes. I have actually experienced the feeling of guilt this morning for not uploading any material, which is of course ridiculous. But I think it is. And I have an extremely deep map of my psychology and how my mind works. As in, if I would lay it out, we would be busy for days, I guess. And of course that's not productive. I mean, why would I do that? Why would I talk about that? While it's raining? Fuck man. Really?
Temperature critical. Toxin critical.
Motherfucker.
Toxin critical.
This is not fun.
Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Oxygen low. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Toxin critical. Toxin detected. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
Let's see.
Temperature low.
Oh, unconsciousness is increasing. Motherfucker. That is such a stupid reason to die. Yeah, but it's not coming back. Interesting. Did this just increase from 0 to 1? No, I must have hallucinated. Well, I just died.
Temperature critical.
Oh, right. There's that too.
Cognition low. Low pressure. Pressure critical.
Well, this is kaput. But I mean, since that happened because I just drilled a bit, I just don't accept. I mean, this is just dumb. A completely dumb death to have. Minus 71 degrees. I don't know what exactly we lost here. There's not yet the new locker, okay.
Temperature low.
But we have the spawn, obviously.
Temperature critical. Hunger caution. Temperature low.
This should theoretically not actually waste more oxygen, or at least not much. I mean, that was really a superfluous death to have. Just mining, drilling away a bit, and that just kills me. That's bullshit. I mean, that's bullshit of in regards to realism, and I've always complained about that, but I've basically never experienced it because I've never played on such a high pressure world, like which there's only Venus normally. And I mean, it is stupid. I can understand why they would do that. I mean, you drill open the ground, there's no gas there yet, so it has to go there, and that's a strong gust of wind, and then that will move you and so forth. But there are certainly better ways to implement that, and they have chosen not to use those. And so we just experienced basically a shitty implementation related death. Otherwise that death would not have happened. Of course I could have brought the duct tape, but I don't think that would really have solved it. Also, I mean, it doesn't change the fact that the damaging of the suit shouldn't have happened. Of course, we can just say maybe it was a random event, that things like that happen. The mining drill splattered some rocks around, which hit my suit and so forth. So in this way, we could explain this to be a real thing. But then, how do you explain that I just reloaded? How does that fit in the world? Huh? Well, that's one of those points where you have to say it's a game. Such a shame, it's just a game. But, I mean, Stationeers, such a fascinating thing, right? I mean, to walk around in these rooms with gas pressure and gas mixture and so forth, at least when it's kind of lazy. I mean, currently I'm still fighting for survival. Well, I shouldn't have used Stationeers difficulty then, Stationeer difficulty. But I'm saying that I was so inspired by this game that I thought, hey, maybe I should get some gas pressure and such measure devices for myself also. And I looked around for those and I didn't get any, but I wanted one, for example CO2, and now I have one of these things. Let me just see what its name is. It was recommended by a guy who is technical, or expertise, not necessarily political and such. I value very much. Wait, that's the wrong one. I'm looking for the packaging. Because there are different qualities, of course, of sensors. Now, just because it measures CO2 doesn't mean it will reliably measure that. So, and this one is supposedly very good. I paid 52 euros on Amazon. That was discounted. Normally it costs like 70. It's called SwitchBot Meter Pro. SwitchBot Meter Pro CO2 monitor. And it comes with an app, for which you have to make an account, I think. I'm not sure, I think so. And this then, not just, I mean, on the device I can see the room humidity, temperature and CO2 ratio, and by making the app you can connect to that thing with Bluetooth on your smartphone, which then also sets the clock of that thing correctly. But there's more. Once I've connected with that, and it's one of these smart home apps, effectively, where you can set up multiple rooms and such. I didn't do that, but you can. You can also assign multiple of these meters, because I bought one for my mother too. So yeah, she has that thing too now. And I can see here the history. I can see how it went up, how high it went, like to almost 1200 parts per million, which is already pretty bad CO2 wise. And then I opened one window in the next room, only slightly. It's pretty cold right now. And in the span of, how long is this video by now? 2 hours. In that span, we fell from from this about 1200 we fell down to like 500 parts per million, and actually that was faster than that. So let's say it would have taken basically 1 hour. So that really makes a difference, and so getting such a feeling for the gas exchange in the room, for the gas changes, that's exactly what you have in Stationeers and what makes it so fascinating, and that's what I would like to have in the real world also somewhat. And with this I now have that. I mean, this opening of the window gave me, I'm seeing the chart in front of me. See here? No, you can't see it. Can also see the relative humidity as per usual, but there's also a chart for the absolute humidity. You know, relative, the warmer the air gets, the more humidity it can carry, and so when it gets warmer, the humidity goes down, the relative humidity, but the absolute humidity is of course the same. Not sure how objective these measurements are. You can even see the dew point as it develops, as in how cold would it have to get for the air to condensate. Currently I would have to go down to like 8 degrees Celsius, so the air in here is not quite too humid. 50% supposedly. And we have the temperature chart and the current values. Yeah, that's pretty cool, and I paid like 52 euros for that. So if you're into such a thing, I can recommend that, the switchboard thing. Yeah. Now I should bring this. And yeah, I need to charge the batteries, crap, which I haven't yet done. Lost quite some playthrough time, huh? But I mean, you're not watching this if you're in a hurry, so...
Power low.
If I would have moved it a bit further, I could pipe down shoes into the ground and then up again, and then I could always walk past here. Not that I need to, but that would be possible. I have 2 tracking beacons? Huh. There's a battery in there. Damn, I forgot to ignite the sticks.
Hunger caution.
When I came back from mining, the station was still too cold, wasn't it? So all these flares are actually not enough. Maybe I should also burn through a few batteries in regards to the portable air conditioner. And there's another battery. When I measured the frame rate earlier, were there still glow sticks? I don't remember. Because those are certainly not helping with the frame rate. So this thing can supposedly be operated to heat the room. even without the gas bottle? Or can't it? I wonder if the coolant canister has to be put in there for that thing to operate. I also heard some horrible things about this guy. It might actually, I mean, maybe this is really, maybe I misread, but it might actually explode if you just leave it around for too long. Mining supplies, of course, I should take the mining charges with me. Oh, and there are more flares. Why not use those then instead of this guy? And there we have the pneumatic mining drill and some, I think that's nitrogen. In other words, we don't need to like try to save that. Except we have temperature in there. We could use this to adjust the station's temperature. Too bad you can't see how long these will still burn. But I think I just saw some despawn, so that's a thing, I guess. And there's a battery in there too, huh? Yep. Huh. And the Jenny. Okay, time to mine then. Why didn't I leave that in there? Zero degrees. So if I open the helmet now...
Temperature low.
Seriously?
Hydration critical.
Ah. So I don't have oxygen to breathe, but the atmosphere is no longer toxic. Why do I have a battery on me? I guess I'm doing it very wrong, huh? That makes more sense. Well, with that in mind, let's eat something.
Cognition low.
Yeah, but not quite. So is another bottle empty? And that thing is also basically empty. This is my emergency and this is my current. Temperature 5 degrees. Okay! Let's go mining. Safe. I need iron, gold, copper, if such things are available. Iron is available. There would have been another damaged spacesuit situation. So stupid. And whether that happens to you, of course, is also related to the world boxes, which are currently not visible. I bet that if you would see a grid overlay right now of the world boxes, then we could get a feeling of when and when not this strong air pressure differential shock
Damage.
happens.
Temperature critical. Toxin critical.
Hint reality.
Critical.
Just because
Toxin
I
critical.
described it doesn't mean that I want to experience it.
Low pressure.
Oh, right.
Temperature low. Toxin detected. Temperature critical. Toxin critical. Temperature low. Toxin detected. Low pressure.
Not good. This is so fucking annoying, really. So very, very unnecessary. Ah. But good thing we have the deep miner, huh? There's not too much mining we will have to do, I hope.
Cognition critical.
Dude, what the fuck? I don't accept this. Uses mining drill, dies because gas spawns, because of unrealistic simulation. That's really great, I guess. Man, makes me angry. So let's mine all that again, I guess. Ah, coal. I wanted the iron. Yeah, it's a bad simulation. I wonder if the new terrain system will bring a change here too. I don't think so, but I also have no information, so maybe they are rethinking this approach. I mean, they have reasons to do it like this, because, I mean, you mine something away, which means suddenly there's more space. Look here. A world box has 8,000 liters capacity. 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, and 5,900. Why? Because part of this world box is occluded by terrain. As soon as I move that away, the volume increases and thus more gas is required. Where is that coming from? From the surrounding world, and so then the simulation runs accordingly. But what should happen instead is that the gas just spawns. Or that there's not such a strong shoving of air. It's just wrong. It doesn't happen in reality. And I mean, you could say, well, it's just a game, it doesn't have to be realistic. I concur, but this is really fucking with the gameplay fun. This is a significant problem, so that needs to be dealt with. Let's crank up the landscape. Copper, iron, and gold. LOL. Have you seen that? Just too aggressive. That needs to be solved. I mean, before they release it eventually, in a few years, I guess. And they will keep developing it supposedly, but before, I mean, there will be some kind of version 1.0 situation. Is something they have planned, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I think okay, I'm currently not... Okay, that's the problem of certainty. How certain am I? I'm trying to tell you this with a certainty of 100%. I don't have that certainty. No, so I'm putting together the things that I have in my head, and it looks like, as far as I have learned, that's something they have planned to do at some point. But they will develop it further after that. I think it's even written in the early access notes on the Steam store page. Man, that's a slow start. Basically, I recommend that everybody skip this episode and watch the second one. I mean, I could use one of these, but I'm not sure if it does anything. Other than, of course, saving me the trouble. Yeah, I mean, the explosion of this thing is not as dangerous as this, as my distance from this. But the gas pressure differential, I respect that. Okay. See what's happening here? You could basically build a mining charge generator, you know, you explode parts of the terrain and have some wind turbines up or something. I mean, the, what's this called? The, turbine wall? Yeah, so we got some iron out of that. Good. This is henceforth the method of mining. Wonder if I should actually dig deeper there and find out how... I should actually, shouldn't I? So let's go back there and then slightly diagonally keep bombing down to the planet crust and see what we find. Can't find it. Nope, it's very murky. Yeah, I was about to start talking again, but knowing my luck, that is just when the rain starts, so never mind.
Power low.
So I kind of felt guilty this morning. I had an actual feeling of guilt. I mean, not like condemnation, hell level kind of guilt, but still as if I had done someone something wrong by not uploading new content, which is ridiculous. I mean, I've been leaving. This account had 4 Minecraft videos, and then I let it sit for about 10 years before uploading anything more, which is when I started with Stationeers. And boom, we went from 30 subscribers to by now 19 something, I believe. Let's just do a quick check. 1,865. I mean, I want to keep going. It's not like I want to stop it, whatever. But I have had a bit of trouble to find motivation recently. That's not a thing like I don't want to play Stationeers. No. Like I also pointed out in another video, but I can't expect you to watch all of these. Or was that on the German channel? Anyway, that I bought a few games actually in recent weeks. For example, Factorio. And but when I launch these new games and I want to get into them, basically rather instantly I just Alt F4, I just shut it down. Somehow I cannot get the wheels of my will down to the ground to move and to propel myself. And I know these and I know these situations, these circumstances. Oh, that's the reason why it's flying away, basically. I could have sucked it up. And I know that will pass. That will pass. Didn't expect it to last this long, though. I mean, I thought last Wednesday would have been basically when that is over, but I'm still having that problem. So didn't record anything yesterday. Instead, listened to YouTube videos and played Power Wash Simulator. Basically the lowest kind of self-flow that I could have. Just aimless, as if I'm sitting on the couch stoned, which is not something I do, but kind of like that, you know, just completely, you know. And that's why I didn't have any motivation to create playthrough material, Stationeers, stuff and so forth. And there was also nothing relevantly new. I mean, the only thing I could possibly report on that the developers changed their this radio satellite dish now is programmable. You can use programming now to communicate with the to find out which trader is there, to filter by trader, what they have to sell, something along those lines. I didn't follow that too much, because I'm not too interested in that. Oh, iron. Save. Oh. And relatively interesting maybe is that they made a transition now for eclipses. So it will not be instantly dark and instantly bright, but it will slowly fade over. Also, you will have a different ambient light during eclipses. For example, the long eclipse on Europa, when the sun is behind big-ass Jupiter, you will have a different, more bright ambient lighting situation. And for this also, they changed something about how they implemented that in Unity, the engine that they're using for this game. Which is, there's an automatic lighting calculation thing that I didn't know about. I looked it up with AI. That calculates the color of the lighting of the world based upon the skybox configuration that you're using. But they changed that now to allow arbitrary lighting color, so that it can be more artistic, which allowed them then to change the color of the during the eclipses. So we have a soft eclipse transition and more light and a slightly different light color, possibly also during eclipses. That's new. I didn't find it newsworthy though enough to make an episode. Also, I myself, I'm kind of happy in an episode, so I have to wait until I'm fully there again. And on the weekends, I mean, last weekend I recorded a video. This is the weekend again. It's Saturday, and I'm recording another video. And I figure the reason for that is plain simply that I don't feel touched by the probability.
Power critical.
Why is there no rain currently? That's weird. Day 6 and we have less rain than otherwise. The probability flow of my workplace, which completely engulfs me when I'm there, and also before I go there and when I leave it, is now kind of behind me. Tomorrow I will already feel that again. I know that. I know myself and I know my psychology, and I even believe that this is not just a psychological effect, but let's ignore that. And so that's also why during Christmas holidays, which are the only really long holidays that I take in a year, already planned for this year will be 16 days, like you know, last time, I will feel the push or the freedom to act in a way that is not like bound to some kind of effective rhythm. Not so routine. That's also how I started my Stationeers channel recording. Damn, I'm doing it wrong. Maybe I should bring this stuff back. Then I feel the freedom. 1 or 2 days away from work. Oh.
Temperature low. Temperature critical.
Oh.
Temperature low.
Damn, shit. Yeah, that was stupid. Now my station is polluted and cold. Very stupid. But maybe we can use that to just light up the air again. I'm looking forward to having an actual airlock. Okay, we're only discharging. We should turn this off then for now. And also spit it out, why not? Might actually allow me to 2 gold. I think 2 gold is exactly what's required to do the thing. 5, no, wait, what? Locker, I need the hydraulic pipe bender, which requires 2 gold, yeah, exactly. So minus 44 degrees, and I have to wash the air once more. How bad is it? There's still some volatiles in here, oh right, because I just burned up the oxygen, yeah. Yeah, that's of course my luck. The way it is placed, I can turn it off, open, but I cannot turn it closed. The pressure you set there is the pressure that it will try to achieve in the environment, so as if there's a pump. Burning up the volatiles, creating more pollution, of course. but also creating more heat, minus 4 degrees. Pressure is a bit high. Hopefully I don't forget this. Yeah, I should wait until the pressure has decreased. What's this? Right, this is stuff that I just spat out. And once the pressure is decreased, I can heat up the room. Actually, this should also happen afterwards, because it's all wasted. You know, wasted volume, wasted electricity. Yeah, heating up the room this much also increased the pressure. Yeah, not a surprise. Man, I have a mining belt with me. I could have put the stuff in there. See, I'm really not fully there. It's just interesting to observe, right? But, I mean, I know what's going on, and I know how it will change, and actually I know that these phases will leave me with, in the end, a better mind than before. It's not like a cold, you're like sneezing and coughing and so forth, and then eventually you're not sneezing and coughing, but instead what's going on is that parts that, I mean, maybe maybe you saw one of those videos where I explained that in about 2001 I managed to call my entire mind into question, the entirety of it. At least that's my take. I mean, you know, and then I was, of course, in a situation where I was only the one calling into question, and that's paradoxical. I would have to call into question the one who calls it into question, which is me. But see, there's no answer there. And there's also the realization that there's no answer there. And so in that moment, my search for truth kind of found an answer. Since then, I've been having something like a spark of the paradoxical had been weaved into my logic system and has been changing my mind's workings since then. I know this sounds all a bit wanky and stupid and whatever, but I'm just relaying to you how it is, how I've been observing it very close up every single day for 23.5 years straight now. So, I mean, what do you want me to do? Also, I mean, well, maybe I shouldn't talk about this because it's too foreign to people. But to me, it's the most normal thing ever, because not only has that been my life in the past years, but also I think that's how minds generally work. And I just found out some deep stuff about that, you know?
Cognition low.
Alright, so I need to get out, and carefully so, this time I shouldn't fuck this up, and get the materials smelted. And maybe I can actually smelt enough iron that I can then make the suit system, so all that would be missing is that I trigger this thing to run. Maybe I should have built it the other way around. Actually, I could build it the other way around, then I can trigger it from the inside and don't need the logic motherfucking shit. I should actually do that. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do some engineering. First I need some room. Well, I have a room. I'm inside of it. Can you call your entire mind into question? Well, see, the thing is, having a thought like I just described, that's not a trick, you know. It's like, well, everybody has been a solipsist for 5 minutes and such things. You know, there are these kind of mental gymnastics that someone might do at some point in their life. And so the thought, well, if I call myself into question, how can I really believe my mind? This leads to this maybe some experience of paradox when you think, hey, wait, the one calling into question is me right now, and so that doesn't make sense. never mind. But see, this is kind of the armchair perspective of that. Why is it so low? Huh. That's weird. Yeah, because I leave this thing running too much, I guess. So let's smell some stuff. But see, what I experienced in 2001 was, and I don't know why exactly, on a level where that somehow managed to be my entire thinking system. Which then meant that afterwards my entire thinking system was basically disabled. I had a few very interesting years, and thankfully my employee kept me on regardless. I mean, that was quite the story. Employer, I mean. And, well, I have since recovered and have since found back to my old form, and then some. I mean, I am the top guy in our office. Oh, there was another case yesterday even. See, we have some newspaper, professional artist kind of guy. I don't know how exactly, I wasn't in touch with that, but it's what I heard, so I don't know the details, who was creating a video for our company, and one of our display devices was shown there with demo content, and that demo content used, for example, the color red. But then they decided, well, we want to use a different color here, and then the artist said, well, I cannot change that here. You have to basically create the content then in yellow, so that I can indeed create the video like that. But then and I cannot colorize this because it's in motion and all of that. And then it took me about half an hour to just convert the entire completely ready rendered video that they had, including motion blur and including the hand half occluding that and so forth, changing the color believably from red to yellow in those places only where it occurred on the display that was being moved around and such, because I am relatively proficient now in DaVinci Resolve. And well, I mean, that guy is supposed to be the professional who does it as a service for us, and I'm just the supporter and programmer who can also do desktop publishing, HTML, desktop publishing also, not just, I know how to lay out nicely, how, you know, font choices and all of that, and and I'm very good at image editing, and I know my way around the image quality. You know, there are people who still don't understand the DPI and PPI and resolution and interpolation and all that completely simple stuff. I mean,
Power low.
and also, I mean, if there's, for example, a very, 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 very important email that is going out, then there will be cases where they say, dude, can you read over this? Because I'm the one who is most precise and most thorough in our office. That is known. I mean, it's not just a thing that's a fact, and it is a fact, but it's also known. That tells you more about the history of that fact in regards to the office reality. So, as in, it's not just a fact; it's a verified fact. And, well, I expect in the future, to my mind, become better and better over time. Because if I have called into question my entire mind, it is now being rebuilt from scratch, so to speak, by means of pure logic, which is my understanding. I don't know if that's true. How would I know objectively whether that's true, right? But if that is indeed so, then it should result in a better and better outcome. And yes, that is so far my experience. So I guess that after this phase, which who knows how many days more it will last, I will be more capable, I will have a better flow of self, will be more, you know, more organized, say cooler stuff, and so forth. Okay, let's make that hydraulic pipe bender and finally get the airlock so that we no longer use station atmosphere. Charging up. I wonder why the storms are no longer happening. I mean, I couldn't just go and say storm start. I'm glad that the stupid rain is not happening the whole time. Maybe that was a bug, basically incompatibility of the mod versus the game, and we will see storms soon in the interval, in the rare interval that's rather normal, instead of like all the time as we have been seeing it so far. Who knows? And I mean, see this extrapolation that I'm doing. Why would I think that my mind is being improved? Why would I think that? Well, first of all, I have basically an ocean of pixels in my head, with which I cannot look at. That's not what it's a metaphor. You know, neurons, data, information. I always use the inside perspective. I don't give a crap about the actual biology of the brain. The conviction is that the mind has an infinite capacity when it comes to memory storage, for example, and that even the most subtle things you have ever experienced will ultimately be rememberable or recallable, rather. I have this conviction. I cannot say that I have experienced supporting evidence, but I have my reasons to believe that. I mean, one of the things, science says, well, the brain can record this and this many memories. There are some statements like that, and they're not using that intonation, but they should, because it's a stupid statement to make. They don't know how information is actually encoded in the neurostructure of the brain, or how exactly consciousness qualia works, therefore what relationship our brain really has to the cosmos. Therefore, to make a statement as to the capacity of how much data can be stored, lol, that doesn't make sense. Now, I'm basically doing the same thing by claiming that there's a limitless capacity, but let's just ignore my claim then. So I called my entire mind into question, and at that moment, see, if you do that, or if I do that now while sitting here on my ass, relaxed, then this is just like a mental exercise, like I said, like 10 minutes ago. It's just like, you know, it's a fun thing to think about. But in 2001, when I had that experience, can I print the electronics printer right after? No, we need one more gold and we need more copper. Actually, we have enough copper now, right? No, we don't. But in 2001, when I had that experience, it's kind of impossible to describe. Let's just say that I know that my experience was, and I'm not claiming objectivity, I'm claiming impression, that my experience was that I was not thinking about that, but I was going through the process of that paradox. I was going through the process of that paradox, instead of me just experiencing it somehow, but me just thinking about it somehow, or feeling it or whatever. But instead I was going through this, the way my thought... See, okay, maybe this is a way to express it. I wasn't thinking about this, what I just described there, but I can only describe now what happened there. In that moment, though, instead, that was the process. So I'm saying I wasn't thinking at all. My mind was going through the process of the thing I described, instead of thinking about the process I described. So I was going through basically a situation, that's my impression, that my mind was completely being disabled by the realization that I cannot be sure of anything at all. But this is a paradox. And this is not something I realized then, that I didn't think, oh, wait, that's paradoxical, so that's not true then, no, instead I was experiencing that, and only later was capable of reflecting what it is that happened there, because I had no reflective capacity, I had no mind, I had no intellect, that was just all completely gone. That sounds bonkers, right? But I mean, the interesting fact is that I have been re-emerging from that. Now you might say, well, it's just psychological and biological healing. You didn't really go through that, but I don't think so. I think that my mind, at least the parts that have re-emerged, is a logical whole. And so I think that these structures are let's see, 1 gold. Well, I can make that, I think. Well, let's just say I'm looking forward to the future, because I think I will experience that I'm right. That like there's a mind emerging there that will remind me, even myself, of the film Limitless. If you have seen that. I have seen it like 6 times, because it's really great. I mean, it's such a positive message, such a positive view of the mind also. I love that. I like positive messages like these. I also like to believe that we have true free will. Now, maybe we don't, but I mean, this is one of those, this is basically the one exception where you should try to believe that we do have free will, as in, you should try to believe a fact that we might have good reason to assume is not wrong and not true, regardless of us possibly having good reason to believe that it is not true. We should believe it regardless. Why? Because when you believe that your will is free, you will certainly max out the capacity. Wait. Yeah, advanced airlock. I have to switch out the chips. You will. I mean, if we have a limitation to how free our will can be, that may be so. But have we ever really run into that so far? The thing is, when you believe that your will is actually not free because science says tralala, who knows, then you might actually think, okay, this part. Wait, let me first reconfigure this. Active vent. Exterior. Is this the one? No. Is this the one? Yeah, that's the one. So, peep pop. That's the one I meant. Now this one is locked. Okay, and this one is not locked. Yeah. So, there. Composite door exterior. Okay, that was wrong again. Plim, plom, plum, and plop. So now we should have a working airlock. Let's test the motherfucker. Pumping that into the station. Okay. Cycling, pumping it out again. Yeah, let's keep that up. That's the legacy of Titan. Or maybe the throughput is lower than... I'm not sure. Oh, that will get old fast. Yeah, fuck that seating. I'm gonna repair it then. Glass, glass, glass. Guess the music crapped out. Or maybe I should, yeah, change the channel. So I was saying something about crap. Yeah, free will. Why should you believe that will is free, even if it may not actually be free? Because you might actually limit your thinking as to how free you can be if you believe that it is not free. Well, when instead you have the possible, who knows, maybe it's a delusion, to believe that it is truly free, as in like a spirit. You can pull yourself out of the swamp by the hair, and that's, I believe, what the actual truth is, but let's not go into that stuff again. Then you will certainly be more prone to max out the capacity before you give up and say, okay, I guess this is how far I can go. See? So that is that improves the world, improves yourself. It's a psychological ailment. Wait, ailment? No, it's an aid. It heals you from psychological ailments to believe that your will is truly free. Where did I get that battery? think it's really a legitimate delusion to have, if it's a delusion. I mean, certainly science or whoever, I mean, let's just say science because it's the best tool we have to understand the world, other than possibly with our minds directly, because anything we experience is certainly being seen by our brain. But then we have the peer review thing, but then we also have the personal opinion. I mean, the thing, we are living in times when people's personal opinion becomes more and more relevant and is more and more individualized. So possibly this might also lead to the personal individual mind, becoming more relevant when it comes to determining the truth of the world, instead of just relying on peer review, which always assumes that the other people's opinions. Okay, but I guess the argument I'm just making there, and I didn't prepare that, is bullshit, because it would require to go to the level of solipsism and then make an assessment of the world, or even further than that. So, I mean, solipsism could still assume that the people out there are kind of sensors that you can download information from, you know. And I do believe in people. I mean, possibly more than anyone else. I believe that you have true perception, and I respect that. I don't respect it if perception. I respect your perception, your feelings, your emotions. Doesn't mean that I won't treat you like shit every once in a while, because, well, I'm not perfect, but also maybe you deserve it sometimes. But normally I would aim not to. I'm the guy who holds the door for everybody. So no matter how well, I mean, science cannot tell us whether will is free. There are some experiments, yes, but as long as we don't know how consciousness works, how that is implemented in the world, I mean, maybe consciousness itself is free will. Maybe that's what it is. We don't even know that. And as long as we don't know how that shit works or where it comes from, we cannot, I mean, basically let's say this. If will is not free, then the universe is effectively kind of an algorithmic thing in which we are running as a program, effectively, you know, because there would not be true freedom. There would always at some point be some kind of mechanistic reality, as in following some certain laws and A plus A is B and so forth. No, there would be no true freedom in it. No, you know, that's at least my interpretation of what that would mean. And as long as we don't know the workings of the universe in full, we cannot make the determination that will is not possibly actually free. And it is certainly psychologically more productive to believe that will is actually free. Yeah, so there's that. In a similar vein of thinking, maybe it is also more productive if you believe that the mind is basically limitless. Do you have to be actually born at the time of Albert Einstein in his particular situation with his particular biological makeup to become one? I'm not talking about myself here. I'm talking about in concept, in principle. I mean, I said that a few times. I believe that basically the most important difference between an Einstein and a non-Einstein is the conviction that you can be one. As in,
Air tank low.
that your mind is basically limitless. I mean, the limits, you can just keep working and you will see results. It's not like just like you have to build and then you can live in the real world
Air tank critical.
and can save yourself from economical death or whatever. God damn it, I don't have next thing I need is the electronics printer so we get more power in this bitch. Okay. And the temperature in here is increasing, so that's maybe the first thing I should deal with. The ability to cool down the station. Funny, ironically. I don't have steel yet, but I had an idea about a playthrough on Europa that I would do, but why not do that here? We have the same circumstance, it's fucking cold. And the idea is this: I would have a room, an extra room, with an extra door. I mean, of course, it's a room with a door that I can open and close. This room will constantly be exposed to the planet atmosphere indirectly, and I would just use regular pipes. Just regular pipes. which have, after all, some thermal energy exchange. You just need enough of those. This room would then be cooled down, and then I could just connect the room whenever I need to cool the station to the station by opening the door. And that's what I would like to do now. But I need some more resources. So I guess I should go out mining again, huh? And this time not forget that I have actually some extra mining belt there. Maybe I should... no, I should maybe save some iron here for some steel eventually. So, how about power? Power's good. Labeler, hand drill, that thing, and that thing. Oh, gas canister, we have enough of that. Temperature in here is relatively fine for greenhousing, and we have like 2% CO2, I think. Yeah, 2%. So that's good. We have a bit of pollutant. It's not much. It's because the battery of the dude here is crapped out. Maybe we could just blow through another battery. I mean, who cares really? After all, I have infinite power if I have also infinite patience. So, let's mine for some more resources. I don't have too much battery with me. So you should believe that your mind is limitless. You can do anything with it, you just have to work on it. It's just like when you think, well, I have my hands, my arms and legs, and I have people I can collaborate with. I can basically remake my existence, which was swept away by a flood or storm, whatever, from scratch if I just keep working on it. And that is kind of true, right? I mean, there are certainly limitations, like when I do a Stationeers playthrough, and I can kind of cope, and it's tight, but sometimes it's just too much. You have to reload, you have to die, stuff like that. Which then in reality would mean that you cannot cope. Oh well, more coal. In the same way, if you just keep working, you can improve your mind. But what is your mind? I mean, do people even know how the mind works? I can tell you a few things about how the mind works, for I have explored mine extremely deeply, but why should you give a crap? There's just this YouTube wanker whose Stationeers videos you kind of... the playthroughs like these you kind of tolerate, the news you're kind of greedy for, and all his stupid political positions. Some of you think, yeah, it's interesting, I actually watch because of those. I mean, your tangents, I have heard some people say that. Other people say, stop with that political stuff, Kram, hör auf mit dem politischen Kram, stop with the politics stuff, I'm here to relax and not be touched by the world, and so forth. I mean, so we have both. How am I gonna deal with that? I'm gonna do what I always do. I basically only do what I think is right for myself. This is my channel, and I'm doing the things that I like. I'm not saying I don't give a fuck about your opinion. I do care about it, and I will adapt to it, but only to some degree. Ultimately, I will always remember, emotionally even, I mean, it's not something that I've written on the wall here that I read and think, oh shit, yeah, of course. No, I will always remember, this is my channel, and I do with it whatever I please. And this will, of course, be a bit off-putting to some people, but that's the thing. Let's say you write a book, a story, and you pander to absolutely everybody. Would it be a good book? It can be. I mean, the way they streamline the... Supposedly, I'm not an avid comic book reader, but I have a Spirit comic, for example, from the 1980s, an original. Very cool. That they kind of streamlined the... Wait, I'm checking, is the recording still running? Yep. The superheroes in the Marvel movie series, which I watched about 3 times, and I'm gonna watch it again because it's fucking golden. It's not flawless, but it's really, really great, man. I mean, currently Marvel is of course a stinker, we know that, but all of that will recover eventually. when the world has found back to sanity. That is currently in progress. The people, of course, think that currently the world is falling even deeper into insanity, but that's not true. That's not true. It's just that when, well, the world is too insane to grasp that it is insane. Ah, shit, I don't have my mining charges with me. What's the direction? In the direction of the deep miner, huh? In the direction of, like, 180 degrees. I don't know if Marvel itself will survive because I don't know the time frame. I don't know if Disney will survive or if at this point we want them to. But I mean, let's just say, yeah, let's just say, I mean, I'm not comparing myself to Disney. It's just like when I'm using a Hitler comparison, I'm not actually comparing someone to Hitler. You know, I'm just using it because it's useful. So I'm comparing myself to Disney right now in the following way. If I would start making videos, like for example, my recent AI blah blah talk video, which was downvoted twice and upvoted 3 times, so it's at 60%, is really a really low score, and that's not surprising. Because not only is it not posted as a gaming video, like every other video I have is, but it's posted as a politics and news video, so fewer people would watch it. And that's effectively the case, I guess. And also, it is talking about AI. Who gives a fuck about AI? Or, I mean, people, when they hear me talk there, they might think, yeah, you just discovered AI, and that they're just introducing it at your workplace. Big deal, and now you're so in awe and you're trying to tell everybody about it, but we know it, man. You're telling us, so it's not new to us. I know that some of you will have taken it like that, will have been taking it like that, but that's part of my personal lot that I'm kind of imaginary, you know. I make way so much to the will of the people because I'm so self-reflective, that I'm also so such a high level of empathy that you cannot even feel my love, because if you would feel it, you would possibly be awed by it, which in turn would be unpleasant to you, it's not visible to you. I know this sounds weird, so I would stop that topic. But anyway, I am kind of in a state where people would easily fall into some imaginary perspective of me. I mean, I've said, well, I'm gonna remake Deus Ex on a level that is higher in quality than Cyberpunk 2077, which brings 2 thoughts. One, Cyberpunk 2077 was a relatively big deal still at the time. Currently, it's not so much a topic, a daily topic. It's still a big deal, I guess, but it's not, I mean, you know. So that's why I would compare that to that. So I'm just talking out of my ass based upon the puzzle pieces that are currently floating around in the air, is the cliche thought that you would then have of me. But I mean, that just makes you the cliche. And when you think that I'm just so in awe of AI, when I've just encountered that at my workplace, I have to tell everybody about that. That is not me being a cliche, and that because that's not actually what's going on there. That's you, or whoever thought that, being the cliche of by thinking that like that of me. That's because you're not, well, understandably not willing enough to listen to 2 hours of me talking. I mean, the later in the video I got, the more substance was there, you know. Not maybe at the very end, where I was talking about how AIs actually work, because that's not so very relevant to you, I guess. But maybe I should rewire the deep miners to use the station power. But then I don't have enough electricity. That's not feasible. I have to find ores really here on the planet. Crap. So the next goal really needs to be upright wind turbines, so I need the electronics printer. But I don't have anything. Crap. That's a problem. So how AI really works, that's not so important. More important is how does it change the world, how is it relevant to you and so forth. That's stuff I talked about in the video. But I mean, I laid down some, I mean, it's a very good package, man. I'm talking about how abstraction works, about the abstraction hierarchy of the world, therefore what AI will and can do for us there, and therefore how you need to deal with it. Because you need to employ AI on a higher and higher abstraction level. So you need to have a mental map of abstraction, and I have given you one in that video and so forth. It all comes together. It's really good content, but it's presented in a shitty way, and it is, yeah, it is, and it is also a topic that people are not so interested in, and after listening to the first bit of the video might think, well, this guy doesn't is just too excited about this new toy that he has at work that he is telling us about it, but we still know that. We already know what he's talking about on that level already. I mean, what the fuck kind of lame video is that? But all of that is wrong. If you take the time to watch the video to try to truly believe that I'm saying something meaningful there, then you will find the meaningful things I'm saying there. It's not imaginary, you know? So if I would make videos that are kind of like that are kind of annoying, too much. Oh wait, that's too, you know. Then eventually, people would think, this is a shit channel, this unsubscribe, and maybe if people were talking about this channel, which they're not, it's too small, and I don't give a fuck, and you know, then they would start talking in a way that would be. Well, they would say, okay, this guy jumped the shark, forget the channel, it's complete bullshit. That's what I think this kind of talk about Disney, you know, and Marvel. I mean, they have been fucking up thoroughly in the last few years, but you have to also consider what kind of ginormous machines they are, and that movies are being planned in advance, and they can't turn on a dime, and eventually they will turn, and then the good shit will come out again. But we will by then have decided, well, they're bullshit, they're completely, let them die, you know. Why?
Hydration
I mean, Disney had been, there was golden material there for many decades, and Marvel had been pushing out good stuff for over a decade. I mean, something like the Marvel Infinity War series, which is basically what this is, starting with the first Avenger, which is of course Captain America. That is, I think it's unique in the history of cinema to churn out films like that, most of which are very good, all of them fitting together into one large overarching epic story with a great culmination and a great ending. That is unique, man, and then on such a high level also when it comes to effects and acting and so forth. That's unique, it has never existed before. And now he's saying, okay, let's kill Marvel, I mean, let them fucking die. That's not reasonable. That's like saying this human has sinned. This human is therefore forever gone. That's how we deal with people who have committed a crime. They have been in prison for a few years, now they come out again, but now their chances in society are fucked, basically. Is that justice? Maybe it's the right way to deal with that, because maybe they're really damaged material. I don't know that. But I think that should be something to be rethought. Are they really to be condemned forever, or only for the 2 years that they were supposed to be condemned? There should be something like redemption. In the case of Marvel, when they make good films again, well, enjoy them then. Should they be punished for trying to pollute the world with their woke bullshit? Yes, they should be, but I don't know how exactly you would go about doing that. The punishment could only be financial, I think, and guess who pays that bill? Always the people who are not responsible, the ones who don't make the decisions, the ones who only do the work that the suits have decided shall be done, and the suits are the problem here. So yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Well, I need material. I need to make the electronics printer. And what do we still need? 4 copper, 1 gold. Really, we need 4 copper, 1 gold. And, well, of course, then we need more materials still. I have to venture further out. Let's not risk losing the station. Let's use one of these guys with a full battery. And take the tracking tablet, tracking chip. Here we go. See, and this feeling of guilt that I had this morning of not putting out more content, that's of course ridiculous. I mean, I can just, let the account sit. I mean, it's not like you're sitting there, give me new content. I mean, some people have commented like, hey, when will this series possibly continue and so forth, and I appreciate that, and of course I responded every time like I do, normally. But, in principle, I could just let it sit for a few months without doing anything. I mean, some subscribers might unsubscribe then, I don't see why. Because, I mean, I've been putting out very good material for a long time. I mean, the Stationeers news videos alone, you know? And then eventually we'll get a message that says, hey, there's content here, and then you see, oh, he's picking up again, nice. Let's look at that then. That makes sense. So this feeling of guilt, what is that? That's an expression of my mental damage, that's what that is. I shouldn't feel guilty for not putting out content. How ridiculous is that?
Please forgive me.
Well, and I believe that a mind is in principle limitless. Come on, I've got enough coal. Just because there's coal here, I shouldn't mind it. And what you have to do is you have to believe in yourself, but not as an I am awesome. It certainly plays a role there, you know, this belief that you can do better than you do, and you can do better than your fellow people, even though they might then start putting you down if you begin to express such a thing, which I think you shouldn't. It's wanky, it's stupid. I mean, don't do that. Why would you do such a thing? Also, are you objectively better, or are you just thinking of that? But I mean, if you want to go to higher places, you have to believe that you have the capacity to climb. Instead of believing that this is the ceiling, I know I can't climb higher. No, you should believe that there is no ceiling. Above you, there is the second floor and the third floor, and then, oh, there's no roof, and guess what? There's the sky, and beyond that is the infinite cosmos. You're limitless. You have to believe that you can climb. To what height? To heights that no one can imagine yet. And to go there, we have to, well, you have to believe in yourself, and you have to use your mind, and you have to try to create, you have to try to resolve self-contradictions. Because here, for example, that's the thing with religion. I mean, you can basically skip the next 5 minutes, because I will keep the video paused until then, to get this message out. I'm sorry, but I will do this. So, I mean, some of you might be religious, and you have heard me talk about religion that I hated and so forth a few times, but I also often repeated that maybe Christianity is right, maybe Islam is right, you know, and it's, you know, as the primary examples. But the epistemology is shit. The way by which religious people believe to have come to the knowledge that they have. I mean, what is knowledge really? I know that I'm conscious. I know that I have a mind, because that's the thing that is conscious and that I'm using. I don't know if the terminology mind is perfect, but that's just a useful word for me to use. So, I mean, that's beside the point. And I believe, and I know that there's a world out there. I know there's other people. I know that they have feelings and such. That is something. I mean, there's something like absolute knowledge. I'm aware. There's something like reasonably absolute knowledge, which the other things I mentioned. And then there's beliefs like views about politics and such. And there's, I mean, for example, taking the United States as an example, some of you are rather on the lefty side of things, or basically anti-Trumpers. Some are on the more conservative side of things, or pro-Trump, or at least tolerant, and so forth. And these fronts are hardened. And I believe to know why that is, because we are in a worldwide phenomenon that I would call the apocalypse, but I don't want to go into that again. The future might be the right time for that, not now. But anyway, these two fronts, I mean, are possibly not seeing that the other side is truly believing that their view is correct. That's what you have to understand. I mean, whether you're on the left, let's just say whether you're left or whether you're right, just to have some terms so you can complete the sentences. You should understand that the opposite side is convinced they're right, that they are correct. That's, I mean, you know, even though they are probably insane. Because, I mean, as massively as these views of the world and how the world should be treated and what shape the world should take contradict each other, that, I mean, basically only one of them can be right. You might say both of them can be wrong. Yeah, but, I mean, then at least one of them would have to be so wrong that we would have to call them insane, if not both of them. But if one of them is right, then certainly the other side must be plain simply insane. But anyway, where did I want to go? Religion. I said 5 minutes. So we had 4, right? For T minus 4. So my view of religion and why I hate it is that it is damaging to your mind, and it is also infectious, as in other people. I mean, why would someone be religious? What? Because someone else infected them with that. It's not like you found a book and you thought, hey, this sounds compelling and evocative, and so let's read the fuck out of it every year anew and try to believe every word therein. And the world is now 6,000 years old. I know this is not the one interpretation. I'm just saying if you read it yourself, then that would be the interpretation if you take every word, right? The Bible, I was here the example. You wouldn't do that. Someone set you on that track. It's infectious. Now, is it an infectious disease? My position is that it is an infectious disease because it does. Yeah, I know that this is something that you don't like to hear if you're on that side of things, or if you're possibly an atheist, but you're not thinking as radically as, and I do think radically, as I do about religion and about the mind and about our position in the world, because I believe that everybody is God, the creator of the cosmos, and we have kind of split ourselves into multiple, and the cosmos is just the artifact, the consequence, the effect that follows from the fact that there's just not one mind but multiple. A collective dream implicitly has objectivity in it. But we are in a dream, aren't we? I mean, we are in a book that we're collectively writing. But the fact that we are writing this book and that there's some things written already and that there are pages and that turn over time, so to speak, all of that is objective. That cannot be changed. So we have a mixture of reality and fantasy here. And I mean, that strikes me to be spiritual and divine. You might say that we have never experienced a different reality. Now I'm going there anyway, goddammit. We have never experienced a different reality. So what would a world be like without that then? So what are you saying? And you're right. So I'm not going to go in that direction further. So radical thinking about reality, about religion, is that why would I call it a disease? Let's ignore the infectious part. Why would I call it a disease? Because let's say it starts with faith in Jesus, for example. You have to have faith in Jesus, and if you do that, then you might actually have some dopamine hit or some other, some experience of happiness. Maybe you will actually think some things you didn't think before. You might have the sense all of a sudden that the world is a creation and that God is really out there, and so forth and so forth. I've had that too. It's not a surprise to me, and I'm a few decades old by now. I'm not going to say how old exactly, just to protect my privacy, you know. But let's say I'm older than many of you. I mean, according to my YouTube stats, which you don't know, so I've not said anything. Yeah, but see, I believe actually that faith can be a path to truth. I know I should be playing Stationeers here, but this planet is rather demanding, and I want to get this message out. I want to talk about these things, so feel free to skip ahead. You can easily do that. Hover with your mouse over the progress bar of the timeline of YouTube, and you will see a preview. And as long as you see here on the left side the Stationeers menu, you can just say la 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 blah 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 blah, not interest, blah 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 blah. Maybe I will also put a timestamp in there so you can skip all this crap. So I just took a short break and used the opportunity also to post the 2 screenshots, so they're already on it. No. I believe that faith, as in faith in God and such, can actually be a useful thing to find truth. Now, I hate religion, so what am I fucking on about? You have to understand what mind you're dealing with here. You're not like, hey, behold, I'm such a big mind. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the way I deal with information. For example, let's say that I feel a little pinch in my leg. And then what I have done actually in those years when I was really calling everything into question, I was trying to process that. What does this mean? Can I find out what this means? Let's look at the circumstances. Let's look at my memory. Let's look at all of those things interacting. Maybe it is because I just actually made this and this decision. Could that actually have caused that pinch feeling in my leg there and so forth? I know that's ridiculous, but as opposed to some other people, I understand that anything and everything that you experience, everything, even when you close your eyes and you possibly see some kind of, I don't know, very, 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 very weak, noisy, high-res-y pattern there, or whatever, not pattern, but something like that, you know, not completely even color, but if you really look at it, you think, okay, some brighter parts, some darker parts, seems to be noisy. Even that, everything is data. Just like when you point up a radio telescope into the sky, everything that you receive there is data. The question is, what does the data mean? See, the interpretation is the problem. And in this way, I have basically shoveling all kinds of perception into me and have had all kinds of thoughts until I had some more stability and, you know, decided what to use, what thoughts basically to run on my processor. And so I'm kind of maximally open to process new perception or new thoughts and new ideas as much as I can be, ignoring the fact, or despite the fact that I have by now established an actually very stronger than ever before in my life, river of self-flow, as in what will I put onto my processor, what will I do? But given, I mean, whenever I have some side capacity free, I would process things that other people would maybe think don't make sense, which though has led me to some insights that I'm thinking that I think mankind will at some point appreciate, but I cannot really teach them, right? Because one of those insights is that I'm convinced that Newton's third law also applies to the realm of the mind. Which is kind of logical if you think about it. If you pile up a lot of emotional load, for example, in regards to religion, you have your faith in Jesus and you have a positive emotion there, and this will give you faith in God, and then there's the idea of heaven and eternal life, and possibly also the idea of hell that you don't want to go to, but maybe not. I mean, it depends on your flavor of belief, right? But ultimately, a lot of positive stuff there that you think is positive. Well, that is positive if it were real. Let's say that. Apart from this, okay, let's not go into the details of how would eternal heaven work. Let's not go there. It's just stupid. It's off topic. If you would then basically be exposed to the idea that, well, you're only believing that because your parents taught you that, and you were not born in Afghanistan, but in like Germany or the United States. That's why you believe this, otherwise you would believe that. And that's true. Statistically, that's true. And if you would really let that in, your faith would waver. And so all the things that are attached to that, and that's something that you know that without reflecting it, but you know that that all the things that you have accumulated in your head information-wise in regards to faith, they are tied to that faith. If you would remove that root, all of that stuff would be invalidated, or maybe at least most of it. I mean, I said earlier, okay, wait, I'm changing topic too much. And so you have a strong emotional clinging to that. How did I get there? I don't know. Crap. Let's drill, baby, drill. Still visible. Well, that's just the way it is. Now you can not use the YouTube skippity skip easily like I described. So why would I say that faith can be a path to truth? Let's say you have a hypothesis and you pursue it scientifically. If you didn't have the hypothesis, you wouldn't start pursuing it scientifically. I mean, depending on what kind of hypothesis it is, you might eventually stumble over the truth of it automatically. Wait, I have to change something here. So maybe you don't really need to investigate it, because it would kind of fall would become obvious at some point. But there are more complex things, like let's say the most extreme thing, quantum mechanics, where you would have to have a hypothesis to really investigate how these things behave. You have to split the beam of the light and see how it behaves when you're not measuring the outcome on the other side and so forth.
Power low.
And actually, I don't remember how exactly that went, but I have a hypothesis regarding that. I mean, from the perspective of light, which doesn't exist, light doesn't have a reference frame. For example, if one photon would look at the other photon flying next to it through space, it would a co-moving photon. It would not exist, for there would not be any momentum. And that doesn't make sense. Also, when you are moving faster and faster, closer to the speed of light, space contracts. And so if you would reach the speed of light, which is impossible, not just because you would supposedly need infinite energy, that is bullshit. You don't, that's just something you get, please strike that from your heads. That's bullshit. Because even with infinite energy, you could not reach the speed of light. Because the speed of light is always 300,000-ish kilometers faster than you. So that doesn't matter how much energy you put into that to get faster, you would still be at that differential. Always, always and always. But if you would fly at the speed of light, you would experience that the cosmos is the infinite cosmos has one dimension. The dimension in which you move is no longer existent, which also doesn't make sense at all. Or you could say that light is at where it's flying towards and where it's emerging at the same time. So in a way it's one constant quantum state or whatever. Maybe that's the reason why when you split the beam and observe and such, it seems as if the light is already knowing what's going to happen on the other side, because it's already there at the same time. Or something. I don't know, but whatever. Okay, I have enough water for now. I would like to find some iron and gold, please. So, when, let's say the classic theist or religious person, or maybe just religious person position is that your brain, your mind, whatever, is a God detector. It can detect God, is what you think. And I'm not saying you can. I'm not making the claim. I'm talking in context here. So, if that were so, then certainly turning on the detector by trying to find the most subtle clues in your brain's workings and trying to fuse them together into one statement would work if you would actively move in that direction. So then in that moment, faith would be a pathway to truth. Since we, science, humans, Chinese, German, black, white, children, adults, atheists, do not know whether that is so or whether that is not so, we cannot exclude the possibility with certainty. What we can include with certainty is that it's easy to be fooled. It's easy to fool yourself. But now let's get back to my mind. I have no problem with trying to pursue such a thing, and then possibly detecting, oh, there's God and Jesus and all of that, and then let that linger and drift about in the space of my mind without being attached to it. You know, I'm kind of like whatever her name was in Contact, when she loosened herself from that seat, shakety, 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 shaky, when eventually something was shook loose and was levitating, drifting in front of her weightlessly. And then she realized, God damn it, I can just detach myself and no longer be shaken by this, and that's what I have done. I am no longer shaken by the information drifting in my head. When I hear the planet is fucked, when I hear politics are fucked, when there's yet another woke thing going on or whatever, I might have an immediate, intense emotional reaction, but then it will quickly drain away in the understanding that I can't but believe is true. It's not a belief. I mean, this circuit in my head, I would want to call it knowledge because it has this absolute power over my emotion. My emotion would drain away in the realization that I can't do anything about it, or if need be, the realization that I can't be sure. Maybe these guys on this YouTube video are lying to me in regards to what's happening there. And so forth. I mean, uncertainty is actually a glorious gift. Uncertainty is not a problem. Uncertainty is the solution. And maybe I have actually in 2001 achieved the paradoxical experience of absolute unshakable knowledge of uncertainty.
Health low.
Which is ridiculous, I guess, but I have to go back now to eat something. I don't want to damage my lungs further. I didn't find much, did I? Some iron maybe, but...
Hunger, caution.
And I mean, since then I've been utilizing uncertainty as something useful. I've been trying to find disbelief instead of belief. I mean, no wonder, because my mind was jumping to all kinds of thoughts, because it was completely, aimless, That basically was a good experience. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying, calling things into question is good. And, oh, look at that, lead. One thing led to another. Calling things into question is undoubtedly good, because this allows you to find the same thing again at a higher resolution and without the impurities and without the things that were possibly untrue. Like, for example, if Jesus really exists and you dare to call that faith into question, which you should, then you should find it again if it's true, right? And also, if you have faith in Jesus, someone switching into this point of the video, they might completely misunderstand it, but I can't restate my position every time. It doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. So let's just be misled, then have a fantasy if you so wish. I'm a theist, but I'm not religious, and I hate religion. So if Jesus is real and you have faith in him, you couldn't basically have faith in him because you'd be saved by him. You could just rely on him, right? But shouldn't this mean that you can also have faith that you don't need to have faith? That he would basically save you even if you don't believe in him?
Critical.
Isn't that what would be true? Or do you fear not believing in him? Is that true faith? See, maybe that's something that you cannot really think through. Or maybe you can now that I laid it out. But maybe you never had this thought before. Or maybe you had this thought before and you're having this thought now that I'm talking about it, but you cannot implement it as some kind of singularity that works as a pixel actively in your mind henceforth, because you have acquired the knowledge that, well, this seems logical and therefore let's work with it, But you should, because if you truly have faith in Jesus, then you don't need to have faith in Jesus, because it means that he cares about it all already. Or is that the one exception somehow? Is that stated there? You have to believe in Jesus. I don't know. Okay, maybe that's the one exception. So I'm basically talking out of my ass, and I'm wrong. That might well be so. Okay. So I can have these. It's a good thing to be very skeptical, and I have just elevated the skepticism that everybody should have, and should have at a higher and higher level.
Temperature low. Temperature critical.
To at least that's my impression that I mentioned a few times in this video, to the level of my logic processing itself, or to my mind itself, like calling the entire mind into question and then coming to terms. And this means that basically, in regards to some parts of my mind, I have no doubts as to my capacity. This might, of course, be a delusion. There might well be delusion there, but in some parts of my mind, I consider my mind superior to all other existing minds, or at least to, maybe not to all other existing minds, but to the collective, from where I would download basically knowledge, understanding, because the collective knows better. I don't think the collective knows better. In many regards, they might, but So I have to focus back on the station, but there's nothing I can do here. I'm only replenishing stuff. Ah, this is annoying. Too little ore here, and I don't have the... Wait, I do have the power. If I let this charge up and don't need any power, so I'm just waiting. In that time, I could use the deep miner. But I would have to have a switch here to make that happen, or I can just connect the cables accordingly. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I will just wire up the deep miners so I can run them. Yeah, that's a good idea. So I'm not completely dependent on finding some ore here. That's good. But for now I have to let the batteries charge. And I cannot talk about stuff right now because I have to think. So, let's do the oxygen thing.
Airtight critical.
Let's do the eating and drinking thing. In the 12 degrees atmosphere here.
Cognition low.
Yeah, I'm basically doing what completely morbidly obese people are doing. I'm stuffing my face even though I'm almost no longer conscious. I mean, if you're doing that when you're already kind of killing yourself, when you almost need a crane to get out of your house, then goddammit, that is you being mentally ill. That's a mental illness that is visible in the physical. In other words, if someone is morbidly obese or very, very obese, and they don't have one of those colorful illnesses that those people claim exist, and big bones or whatever, and well, some people might have actually a condition like that. I'm not saying they don't exist. And some people are actually so blessed they can eat and eat and eat and eat and they don't get fat at all. Huh, that's a thing. Anyway, that means that in most cases when someone's really fucking fat, you can tell they're not right in the mind. That's what that means. It's logical. Sorry. Truth doesn't care about your feelings. And not quite the high wind, huh? Wait, I have the coal. What the fuck am I doing? I have a coal generator. I have a coal fucking generator. Yeah. But how do I deal with that then? Okay. Let's change the wiring here and let's run the coal generator to charge the emptiest possible battery, this one. Actually all of the batteries. Up to snuffs. Because I have too much coal, don't I? Now it's running. Do I have coal on me? I do. What? Why didn't I turn this on yet? Alright, let's go back inside. Can't believe I found some lead. Okay. So I have to wait out this guy and battery is charging. I will wait until it reaches 100%. Then swap it out against another one. Charge all the other batteries. And then it's back on the road again. And of course I have to turn off the deep miner, or rather switch up the cabling. $73, $74. Is this still burning? It appears so, I guess. 89, yep. All batteries are charged? No, they're not. No, they are. Oh. Why did it discharge that much? Was it so cold in here? Did I forget to charge that battery? So that's full, okay. Let's get ready to cut the cable. Ah, shit. So, religion. If, let's say you create this emotional core there. This emotional core of faith and Jesus and God and all that, and you find that very valuable. That's why I call it an emotional core. You have there used information processing that is invalid. I said that faith can maybe be a pathway to truth. I mean, when I look, for example, at a box of Lego, and I want to find a certain piece, and then I have faith that is in there, as in I just try to form the belief that it's really there, then this will make it more easy for me to find it. In the same way, faith in inside your brain might allow you to detect things that are not there. In the same way, the belief that you can be more than you are, in the same way that you can have the belief that you have true free will, all of that can get you to places where you otherwise can't. I don't know if there's... I mean, I'm convinced that there is a God out there. Actually, that's... Okay, that was wrong. I'm convinced that we're living in a theistic world. But I'm convinced that you can't really find it with faith. Wait, no, this is also wrong. It's complicated. So let's not go into that stuff. But see, the moment you're saying, I know now, and I must insist and double down and change my entire life according to these beliefs that I've found, that is the illness. That is going too far. I mean, like with the itchy thing in my leg, when I say, okay, there was a little thing there, maybe I can process this intellectually, maybe there's something to be found there. That's a maybe. And then I have tons of structures and thoughts in my head, maybe, that deal with that. Hopefully not too much, not too many. Oh, I can put that in there. Very good, very good. I thought I had to wait until this is completely empty. But they're just like, I mean, I believe that the capacity of the mind is infinite. And so I have no problems putting things in there that I don't yet understand. I have, well, faith that at some point they might drift into place. Like when I read something about mathematics that I don't understand. At some point in the future I might find other puzzle pieces and I might find some understanding, and then it will all come together slowly from all kinds of cardinal directions automatically. I think, maybe, possibly. But that's the thing, you have to keep it in the realm of maybe. That's the illness of religion. That religion insists that it is not maybe, but it is instead definitely the case. That is the illness of religion. Because in that moment then, you're building upon the logic and you're changing everything else. If I build on the logic of some weird things I thought up that may or may not be true, that I just keep in the realm of maybe, that's not a problem, because I can have... I mean, I can also consider that that maybe atheism is true. I mean, if you really want to understand someone else's position, sorry, and if you really want to be empathetic to their position, then you're kind of required to try to abandon your own beliefs for the moment that you're thinking about these things, for when the other person is saying that. Or maybe I only find that normal because I've been living like that for 23 years. When someone's talking to me, I'm giving myself to them. They are now own me while they speak, and I wait until they are done speaking, and then I will speak, for I will not interrupt them except if I feel the basically unbearable urge or think that it is too constructive to not be done right now. I mean, why should I let them run into an ill direction when I know the direction is ill? I just have to present the information. Then they'll be like, oh yeah, right, I didn't know that. But otherwise, they own me. That's the level on which I play this game of ours, this coexistence game. Love, you know, they will be done. That's what this is. And I guess you hate me for saying that.
Damage. Temperature low.
Let's put up the pressure maximally and then turn it down again until I'm not heavily breathing. Or will I die now? Because then I just fucking reload again. God damn it. This is such a stupid game mechanic. Really. Unfathomably stupid. You drill something here and suddenly you fly around ridiculously and your suit breaks. That's just something that shouldn't happen. And there are even some easy fixes they can use to solve that. Yes, easy fucking fixes. And they're not doing it. I mean, they're kind of busy with stuff. I know that. I mean, we're always seeing Stationeers being developed, and so we think that's normal that they develop this, but it's kind of extraordinary because, I mean, even the bobbleheads that they made that cost like €13 or $13, that give you only this little stupid thing that's standing around there that you can name and you can push it, I guess, and then doing, you know, the sound that it makes. They're kind of useless, right? This is just donation buttons, but the amount of work it cost to make these things was more than the money they have made so far with these things. From the horse's mouth, Dean Hall said that 2 or 3 days ago on the Discord. So they are purely financing this game, or almost entirely financing this game by other means. Yet they just keep developing it. But this also means they must be absolutely Spartanic about this. Spartanic about this. To optimize that constant money drain that they have there in their company. And this means that they would also not deal with things like this here, I guess. But there would be an easy fix. And the easy fix is to say, if you have been drilling, or they could detect what the... Okay. This is just stupid, you know? This is just fucking stupid. But I think there's a thing we can do here. Instead of reloading, I will spawn a thing. I think spawn... thing spawn... Or what's the... thing? Aha. Thing spawn? Aha. Pill Medical? Is that the name? No. Let's see, what was that again? Thing. No arcs returns to the thing count. Find, delete, spawn. Info, container, count animator. Pill. What is the name of the pill? Item pill heal. Maybe that's how it works. Item pill heal. Okay. Thank you.
Temperature critical. Toxin detected. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
Yeah, well, I need to take that with me, because otherwise it would be out here in the landscape. And I don't want that. Oh, this would work. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? So they could make a detection that identifies what the reason is that your suit was damaged. Did you mine just before? Is it air that was streaming into it? What kind of... I mean, basically, if they have a sudden pressure event, they could detect what the reason for the pressure event is. If the pressure event reason is drilling, then the consequent damaging of the suit could not take place. Or the effect on you, the throwing around of yourself, could just be not happening or something. I mean, such a hack is possible. I mean, I've been a programmer for 40 years, I know that. Maybe it's hard to implement. I mean, I don't know their spaghetti code, which has grown over time, so I'm not accusing them. And then they're cleaning this up constantly. But this is just a game mechanic that needs to motherfucking go, man. With priority. Because being able to program the radio dishes so that you can detect traders and have automated trading, basically, yeah, big deal. How about not dying by drilling? Oh, I'm using the pneumatic mining drill. That is why I didn't hear the on-off sound, because for whatever stupid reason they still haven't put in the click sound. And that has been brought up by me and other people multiple times. But okay. Like I said, no, you can't accuse them of being stupid or whatever. They're not. It's just, you know, they're navigating their territory in a way that is so well that we think that everything is fine, when it's in fact not. And so we shouldn't treat them as if we know better. Hey, look at that. Oxygen. I think it's the first time that I find some oxide here. Okay, so why do I think that religion is a disease? A mental disease, obviously. If we're ignoring the infectious effects. Because well, religion's dopamine and reward effects and all of that work best if you're using schizophrenia, as in if you are not just thinking that something is maybe true, but the more you actually believe that it is true, the more these reward effects kick in. So if you are actually fucking with the ability of your mind to determine whether you know something or whether it's just a belief, see, and this has long-lasting consequences for your entire mind. Because you're implementing in your idea, in your mind, the conviction that a certain level of data is sufficient to call whatever you have found there knowledge. If you now go and become skeptical in other regards, then this might bleed over into those parts of your brain where you are holding this belief, which you would call knowledge, unjustifiedly. So think of the brain as a three-dimensional grid, like math paper, but three-dimensional, you know, a cube system, like the boxes here in Stationeers when you haven't yet welded them. Just to have a metaphor that is usable, that is useful. Now, in some point of that matrix, you have taken one of these grid points and you have twisted it and warped it, and the deeper you go into religion, the more basically you could say that flat Earth belief is also a religion, because I mean there's no way that this fucking works. I mean, there are like 5 trillion arguments against that, and whenever you throw one of those arguments at them, then they have to think up yet another twist of mind to make their model, in 50,000 quotation marks, work. And it doesn't work at all. So they have to twist it. They basically have found the ultimate religious bliss. This dopamine kick of adding more and more novelty into your brain. Because evolution, I believe, rewards us for new thoughts, for new concepts that we create in our brains. Because, the likelihood that this increases survival is high. I mean, these days we have so complex patterns in our heads that the things that we can build based upon those can be easily stupid and easily wrong. But, and also our perception is much more high risk, also based upon the fact that we know so much. We can, when we look at a thing, then we're not just seeing the thing, we're also seeing its meaning, we're seeing the context. All of that is happening instantly in our head, when back then we were just seeing an obstacle when we were seeing a tree. Or maybe we were understanding, okay, that's the tree, we were seeing the tree in fact, but we would calculate things in a very realistic fashion. But mankind has basically found a way to lead itself astray, to go insane, and these artificial beliefs that you're creating in your mind, they are they are one of those, they are one such thing. And then you can add more and more concepts in your head, and that makes you happy. Evolution is the brain, I mean, evolution is not saying, wait, I'm with my keen eye on observing this brain is you doing something wrong, that was not intended. I mean, evolution is a completely mindless process, and it's not happening in real time, but over a long, long time. And also you need to die for it to work, so that your offspring, I mean, not basically you have to die, but you can benefit from it. Your offspring and its offspring at some point can benefit from it by means of random mutation. I mean, you know all that, I guess. So basically, there's probably a mechanism in our brain that rewards new concepts that we think up, that we create, and therefore flat earthism is probably gold, motherfucker, I'm getting an erection here. Is basically the ultimate religious brain abuse bliss choice that you can make. I mean, Mormonism is even more stupid than Christianity and Islam when it comes to the way it believes to find truth, I mean, I don't know much about the religion of, what's the fucking name, Scientology? Which is a cool name. I mean, you have to admit they have found a cool name for their religion. Science and technology, Scientology is a cool name. And too bad it's not trademarked. Shit. Anyway, but I don't know much about that, but I would figure this is also one of those cases where you can read things into reality in a way that make you happy, but they are unfounded. Anyway, so, but flat earthism really takes the cake. That's really the ultimate novelty structure creating religion brain structure abuse drug that keeps creating new dopamine. Basically, and the following metaphor is very good. And I think it will also be very good when it comes to guilt, because I believe the purgatory will be coming to us, because we will look into the mirror of truth that the universe is. We the gods, when the apocalypse strikes. But let's go back on topic. When someone faces their guilt without such colorful mechanisms I just touched on, then they will experience that they can either ignore it, which will increase their guilt in the form that they will increase their brain's capacity to ignore what it has been doing wrong, instead of, now that it's touching it, finally fessing up. But when it comes to the complete insanity of flat earthism or other religions that you believe deeply enough, then the following metaphor is very good. It's like you're drilling a corridor into the mountain, and behind you there's fire. And so you have the choice either to drive it deeper and deeper into the mountain, never to see the sunlight of sanity again, or you walk through the fire. And the deeper you drill it, the longer the path and the longer the fire. That's a very good metaphor.
I am known for those.
I should be, actually. So, I think it's time to at least smell some stuff here. It's over here.
Temperature low. Temperature critical.
It reminds me that I saw the score again very recently. And since I'm in communication flow, my mind cannot go there. Okay, the score with Robert De Niro, who I value as an actor, but as a person, I think he's the outer limits of a stupid idiot. Then we have Edward Norton, who I value extremely highly as an actor, and I did so. I mean, I started doing so. Actually, I mean, I enjoyed him always, but when I saw, damn it. Birdman, or The Unexpected Virtue of Ignorance. Birdman or The Unexpected Virtue of Ignorance. And I must say, I mean, as much as I enjoyed the film, I saw it like 2 or 3 times, at least 2 times, I fucking wanted the end to have a clear answer. I mean, didn't we all want that? Anyway, Edward Norton in that that just fucking rocked. And then I think later, or was it shortly before, I don't know, I saw the Bourne Legacy. And some people think that The Bourne Legacy is a bad film, but I watched it like 4 or 5 times because I think it's a really, really great film. Because IMDb, The Bourne Legacy. Good thing I don't need to type that correctly, as it would take quite a while. Oh, directed by Tony Gilroy, who is known to write great scripts, and, well, I guess... Oh, he's also the writer. Well, no wonder I like the film then. With Jeremy Renner, who I value also a lot as an actor. I mean, he's just... I love to see him on screen. And Rachel Weisz, I don't know how to pronounce the name, who I also value, and so forth. And Stacey Keach and Edward Norton. And he's playing basically an acid sandblaster straight into your face when it comes to... face the truth of the situation. We have to do something about this. I don't give a fuck what it costs. We have to do this, period. And that's great how he fucking transports. This is fun. And I can't really, if you haven't seen that, the Bourne Legacy, you should, because it's a fun film. It is, definitely. Now I have no clue how I got there. This is getting old. Okay. Smelt the gold, then the copper, and then I will make the electronics printer. So, why is religion... Why am I convinced that religion is a disease, and you should be too? Because it instills the idea that what you have found there, this bad epistemology, is good epistemology. This belief that you found there, these ideas, is knowledge. I mean, do I believe something about the pinch in my leg when I had some... It's just a weird example, I know, but it's a working example. When I built some thoughts about that, no, I actually have zero belief. It's just, I puzzled something together, and I don't care about that puzzle. It's drifting, I can't even grasp it right now. But even if someone would not claim to know Jesus is really out there, but would only have kind of the belief, that would still not be good enough. You should try to nullify that as far as reasonably possible, and if it re-emerges then, well, then it might be because some structures of your brain are still configured like that, so you're still kind of rebounding because other capacitors in your head are still charged like that, so it's not a surprise then. But in principle, you should neutralize that as far as possible. I mean, you have heard of the guy, and you can have faith if you need to, so, well, what's the problem? If shit happens, you can still push that button. Why have faith all the time? I mean, it might actually be detrimental. I mean, have you ever considered that maybe your belief in Jesus, or whatever religious belief you might have, is wrong? Have you ever considered that? Maybe it will actually cost your life. Isn't that also possible? I'm not threatening you, I'm saying, what if we live, for example, in a theistic world, where the reality will turn out to become heaven in the making, the universe, you know? And where the apocalypse is right around the corner, and where the likelihood that you survive it is lower the further you are removed from true sanity. And if you then are more rational about this, maybe your likelihood of survival and thus to achieve eternal bliss is higher. Isn't that an option? See, I just came up with, that's actually my perspective of how the world works. But anyway, I mean, whether I come up with this or whether I believe it doesn't matter. The point is, that is a religion in which it would be true not to have stupid beliefs, but just to be sane. Doesn't that make sense? Then to be more careful? I mean, why not have faith just in case? Well, why not have not faith just in case? Why not just be sane just in case? Just like with the greenhouse thing, with the global warming, which I don't believe in, but also don't disbelieve in. I mean, what we're measuring is getting warmer, so that's probably happening. but I mean, I don't have a position on our role in that. Also, particularly, I mean, as long as China keeps building new coal plants, what the fuck are we doing?
Hydration critical. Temperature low.
Ah, shit.
Temperature critical.
What are we doing? Tossing away everything that we have.
Temperature low.
But okay, let's not get political. I'm just saying, what am I saying? I was talking about like sanity and such, huh? Maybe not the best segue, huh? So do we have to then do this tango again? I guess yes. Okay, the labeler is at least recharged. Haha. Oh, that is in my tablet. That does make sense. So, this twist in your mind, I believe, affects everything in your mind, because I believe we don't have to think about the brain. We don't. When we think about the mind, we don't have to think about neurons working together, brain chemistry, all the mushy stuff. I believe you have to think about the mind itself. That is, well, living in the brain, or is the software level of the brain. Whatever. I don't give a fuck really. It's not important. The point is, I think we need to look at the information perspective. So if you have information in your brain that tells you that some beliefs, some unreasonable beliefs are reasonable to hold, and I know this example with the free will that I gave there, is then actually a counterexample, isn't it? But why not just have no position on that? Why not just believe, well, maybe we have free will, or maybe we don't? I mean, I certainly would like there be free will, because I think that means we are more free and more capable. So we'll just operate as if we have it without actually having a strong belief like that. And that's reasonable then. But I mean, when you tell your brain that there's something that is unreasonable to believe, like Jesus, I mean, you were born in that place and now you're believing that because your parents told you. Some people are coming into that belief from different perspective. I know that. But why is it discharging? There's no load right now. How can it be discharging? Is it because there's cold in here? No, it's not. I don't get it, man. When you put that in your brain, then you also have to put in your brain the conviction, but it was not unreasonable. And not only that, it's not belief, it's knowledge. I'm just driving this as far as I can, right? And this is something that will distort your information matrix. It will not be one ball again, one circle or whatever, in which the light can freely move, but it will have to bend around corners and move in a special case and everything. I mean, everything in your brain is connected. That's how the association flow works. And so if you have this complete distortion in there, well, that will actually disable you. It will make you less capable. And I mean, why not hold that belief in the form of maybe? Maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. Maybe it's just not true, but maybe it's true. But how the fuck did I start with the topic of religion? I don't know. I don't know. Well, so I believe that there is some element in my mind that emerged in this dramatic event 23.5 years ago that I had been struggling with for several years, actually, until I was kind of functional again. And then, by now have quite a lot surpassed the person that I had been before that. I mean, okay, maybe that would have just been natural progression, so what does that tell you? I believe that it may indeed be some kind of absolute knowledge of uncertainty, or at least, let's say, maybe it is an unshakable, yeah, that's more better way to put it, an unshakable belief, faith in my own mind, basically. You should have faith in your own mind anyway.
Oxygen critical.
And that's the kind of faith that's justified because you're experiencing your mind every day. And what you're also experiencing there in your mind is that during the night you will be healed, or you will be optimized. That's also why it's not so good to like start the day right away with coffee, because you might indeed rip open some like, you know, when you have a wound on your skin and you're feeling like, let's open that just for fun. I mean, which is of course not the way someone thinks, but you might feel, okay, there's some impurity, let's smoothen that out, which is sometimes not wrong, but usually it is, because, you know, then it will be bleeding again, and then there's a fresh wound or whatever. And in this way, I think that drinking coffee in the morning to wake up, to force your perception on reality, is possibly something that might open up fresh wounds and make your sleep less effective. And I think that billions of people doing that on a routine basis every day is... Why is this thing discharging? It's not connected to anything that's having any load. I don't get it, man. Oh, right, the arc furnace is on. Yeah, that makes sense then. There was some... thing that I still need to charge, and there would have to be a big battery somewhere here. Nope. That we have checked these now at length, and there's there it is. That's the mistake right there. Wind is kicking up, so we have
Waste tank caution.
that, so I can make the electronics printer, for which I need more iron and more copper. I need more iron and more copper. Okay, that's a problem because I don't have more copper. You need 2 grams. Well, guess what? Yeah, I guess I have to go out again. How full is this? Basically full, so we can swap that against this one. So this one is full. Oh, look at that. We still have a bug in Stationeers where it doesn't charge to 100% but to 99 point something percent, and then doesn't show that as blue. I think there was actually a recent change in Stationeers. Maybe there was a regression, so they took that out again accidentally. That's something that happens. That's what they call that's what's called regression in programming, I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure, but currently, I mean, 1,000 things have drifted into my head, so... I want to eat and drink more.
Oxygen critical. Cognition low.
So I have to open this, which gives us 2.3% of CO2 or something. I'm not sure if I should go mining again. I guess so. I need to slowly struggle out of this weak position we're in, or just keep burning coal. That's also an option. I mean, since this also gives me coal, maybe that's actually the right way to go about this. Oh, okay, let's swap this out then. Stick around at home for now. So we have 4% CO2, okay. I need to make sure that we get something to drink, breathe and so forth, but I first need to make that electronics printer. Yep. And how low can I set the pressure here? That's something I wanted to also try. Actually, I can set it down back to like 100 or something, because I took the pill illegitimately. 15. So a part of my mind is convinced that it is true. It is true. It's definitely true. I have 23 and a half years of experience. A part of my mind is convinced that at least a part of my mind that is by now bigger than it was before is, I wouldn't say perfect, but is superior to any and all information source I could possibly find, even in the outer world. This could be called a dangerous and ill belief. Maybe. Or maybe not. But the thing is, when it comes to the mind's capabilities, I have pointed out that it might make sense to, that it is actually meaningful to believe in yourself because then you can achieve higher goals. You can aim higher. And so, with this in mind, I'm convinced that since my mind keeps reassembling itself, basically, after this ginormous event at accelerating speed, I assume that by means of this belief in there that's also growing, I will eventually achieve pretty remarkable things. And, well, that sounded like wanking or whatever, but maybe it was, who knows. But, I mean, it's also a hypothesis. It's a meaningful hypothesis, and it's an interesting one. I mean, the more you believe in your mind, the more you believe to be capable to do with it. You know, this belief might be irrational, but that's the thing. My impression of what happened to me has built in my head this belief that it is not irrational. That there's something inside that has seen the paradox of doubt, the uncertainty itself, not by thinking about it, but by seeing it. Maybe I have seen my soul in that moment, or whatever. Really, but that actually, I mean, certainly in our heads there's something that perceives. Where is that seated? Maybe that doesn't even make sense to think of location. I mean, you can expand it, for example, by being more perceptive with your eyes. You can train your peripheral perception, for example, to be more active, so you can identify objects there intently instead of them just jumping into your awareness when there's motion and stuff like that. But in that moment, I might have experienced that there's ultimately some bright spot of no size that is the thing that experiences information. The experiencer, and has experienced, well, maybe itself somehow, because how would I be so convinced that I cannot doubt any further, so that I have to mechanically let go of this path of doubt? I mean, since then I have been only building faith in myself, or in my mind. That's the only thing that happened. And I have been confronted, of course, with ginormous doubts, because that had been basically increased the resolution of my thinking to the level that I think the things I believed before had to be seen as insufficient. So then I'm doubting it. So basically, my entire prior self is doubting the entire emerging self. That's an extreme experience, really. Yeah. So this is charging, and I need to turn a light on, and then we can use the deep miner to get the show a bit more on the road. I mean, we're still struggling with the starting conditions here. Can turn this on also right now, because I will just keep pumping in coal. It's already discharging, okay. But I have lots of coal here, so who cares? And And at some point I might actually be able to toss it in here from the indoors once I have enough iron, enough shoots, you know? Yeah, is there something I can reasonably print right now? No. Wait a second, I did just smelt something. The thing that's necessary for me to make the the electronics printer, so that's a good use of our electricity. Let's make the electronics printer. A good use of electricity. Where will I place those? So, la 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 la. La la la. Ah, okay. La 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 la. See, there's not enough space here, so I cannot place these two guys again here. That doesn't fly. I mean, I could basically place them above here, which is something I've never done, and maybe I should do that now. For that, I would need a frame. Don't mind if I save us a bit of this unnecessary overhead. Oh, it's doing stuff. Because I was spat in here directly. And once this reaches 100, we will have a little bit more ore. Yeah. 1 gram of iron. Immediately stop and smelt. Batteries are very full. Let me just restore the window functions. Okay, windows should be restored to their proper location. I even rebooted the game to be very sure that everything is optimal. Yeah, where will I place these guys? Do I have to expand the station? That's not something I want to do now. I don't have enough materials, so that should be a big leap, not just like 2 boxes. But let's say I could expand it in that direction eventually, and until then I just assume that I will. So I will put the electronics printer here. We don't have an ice crusher here, do we? No. Oh, look at that! Storm. So I'm wasting my coal. Of course that would happen. Let's ignore it. It's just, I mean, fuck it. Why be frustrated by such a thing? And we're waiting and waiting. Maybe I could twist down some oxide. But that's the only oxide I've... Oh no, this... but this could be used possibly to smelt stuff. I'd rather keep that around, instead of wasting it on the station atmosphere. Will be a long struggle until we're viable here, I guess. Copper, iron. I guess I was talking about AI at some point, and then that got me to the idea of will and purity and whatever, and then I got to religion or whatever. That doesn't, I mean, but what do I feel like talking about? I don't have to like, this is the map, follow the map, do it now. Except, of course, if I started with the topic, then I would be stupid if I wouldn't like pursue it a bit. I mean, it's interesting that reality can be seen a bit as if it's a fantasy. As if it's a collective fantasy, a collective dream. A bit, you know? Basically, if you believe that our will is free, then this means that reality is kind of also a bit of fantasy. And if will is not free, then it's just reality playing out and for whatever stupid reason being experienced by us. And, you know, but I find that notion completely ridiculous. Anyway. Snakes don't care about your feet, whatever. But, I mean, we are currently, mankind is currently working on augmented reality glasses, and they will eventually, you can bet your ass it will happen, replace our smartphones. So, I mean, that will be ubiquitous instead of the smartphones. What just happened? Oh. But you know what? This means that reality will even become more of a fantasy than it already is. I mean, if you think about it, we are virtualizing our world more and more. That's also what I talked about in this AI Ramble video. I mean, 100 years ago, all you had was cold hard facts, but you could write things down and read them. That's kind of a virtualization. Information, the information space existed, right? But I mean, if you would had a machine back then that could act on the information world, that would not have affected the real world at all, because it would only have affected maybe a book. But then eventually, computers came, with which we can do lots of work. And now we can, for example, let's take a simple example. The computer can shut itself off when a current long-going task is completed, and you have told the computer to do that thing, to turn itself off when the task is completed. And that is the spirit, the ghost in the machine, manifesting itself in the real world. Because we have virtualized the real world a little bit, we have made it virtual, we have turned it into a fantasy. We have turned it into a product of mind that can still be lived physically. Now, these days, we have games, and boy do we love those. Oh shit, I should have done that. But computers can also control the real world. I mean, for example, our electricity grids employ electric circuits, which might not be computers, but they are computing. That's also why they are subject to cyberspace attacks, and so our infrastructure is vulnerable. And see, that's also a thing. What if there's a virus that infects infrastructure that it was not supposed to infect, and afflicts it in ways that it was not supposed to inflict it, but, you know, someone made a programming error or whatever. And then suddenly basically half the country shuts down for a few weeks until the problem is resolved. That would be kind of a problem. I mean, for example, let's say it would happen. Let's say we have a countrywide, or let's say a worldwide, let's be extreme, a worldwide electricity shutdown. Because our electricity grids are no longer working. Then okay, we could run some local generators. So that's interesting, actually. If we would not have these local generators, we would be kind of fucked. Because if you now need to kind of debug some source code, because our entire infrastructure is so software reliant, we would have to have computer running, right? For example. I mean, it's an interesting thought, how we are kind of climbing the ladder of reality in a way that is not growth, like we're getting taller and taller, but we're climbing as if the ground is moving away from our feet. That's kind of scary thought, isn't it? But maybe it is the ascension to heaven. Anyway, so... And with augmented reality glasses, for those who don't know what that is, you would just be seeing the world like you do now through some transparent glasses. But on these glasses, you would also see some computer projection that could also even be dark, because parts could also be switched black and so forth. It wouldn't be the classic projection problem of a 3D hologram projection with lasers and such that can only be bright but cannot project darkness. This thing could also project darkness because it's not a projection, it's an in-translucency, it's opacity. And it would show you an image on the left glass and on the right glass, and it would almost be the same, except they would be shifted a little if in that moment those graphics are utilizing 3D. And this means that you could have a 3D object aligned and even actually occluded by things in the real world, because the machine would understand the real world's 3D geometry well enough for that, that an object would really be there when it's not. We would of course use wireframe and such, not just for safety reasons, or shaded, you know, something clear, but also because of computation capacity. I mean, even these days a computer game is still kinda almost real, but not quite. And there would also be the lighting problem, right? But I think we would get better and better at that over time. And so in a way, we are now virtualizing. I mean, that is happening already, and there will be widespread adoption. And so we will all be using that thing, which also poses the question, what if we have lived in that situation for like 200 years or so? Doesn't this mean that things that we normally build in the real world will no longer be built in the real world at all? Like maybe posters, movie posters, and advertisements, and screens with switches and such, because all of that can just be right there in your face. Why build that? It costs money, it makes it less flexible. If you need an additional button, a virtual button, you can just activate that it is visible, or the software update can make it visible, and so forth. There are lots of upsides. There are downsides, of course, no doubt. I just made that clear by the metaphor with the ladder versus growth. You know, is our head higher in the clouds because we're growing, or is our head higher in the clouds because we're climbing a ladder and thus losing the ground underneath our feet? Which means that if there's a major catastrophe, we're just majorly fucked. And those are interesting thoughts to have. That's why I think that how the video has been treated is kind of, I'm not saying hurting my feelings or whatever. I pointed out earlier in this video that it's understandable that it doesn't have that reception, but I mean, in 5 to 10 years I will be able to tell you, I told you so. And maybe even if only you had listened. But yeah, so that's happening. We no longer have the storm. This is now discharging 80. Oh, okay. The storm is now on and off the whole time. Okay. Oh, I take that. That's I don't object. Maybe I should then rewire this again to take the storm power, right? If the storm is starting and... Oh, no, what am I saying? The storm was off because I was paused. The storm will probably stop again soon enough. Okay, now we have the electric thing. Now I want to make an upright wind turbine to give us more power, but I think we cannot do that because we need to find more gold. Gold we can make with the deep miner, which needs power, so my current thought is the right one. I think we need to pursue more power. And I should, well, that is big enough out there. I can place 3, if not 5 more wind turbines before we run out of space there. We have enough cables for now to make that happen. All of that is good. And shit, I wanted to place that on top of this. Yeah, well, that's what I say, the cacophony of wills that is in everybody's mind. And in my mind, it might be even more obvious, because a part of my mind has been fused together where there's no contradiction, where it's just pure will, pure perception, is at least my take. And so the parts of me which are not yet one with that, oh, okay, that is indeed going on. Okay, fine then. They stand out. There's very obviously, dude, why did you do that? That you very clearly that these mistakes that I'm making are so blatant, because a part of myself is just torn, where the other part, the one that's driving me, sitting in the driver's seat, is a 1, and is 1 more than any human I can think of. So at least my take. That's also why I'm extremely opinionated, though I'm trying to keep my opinions to myself mostly. Yeah, you wouldn't think it, but I do. Because I know it is off-putting, as long as, or maybe as long as no one has any reason to assume that my opinion is of supreme value, and maybe it is not, maybe it's not of supreme value, it's rather just offensive and useless, so I just shut my trap. Upright wind turbine, how much does that cost? 10, 5, 10. 5 gold. Do we have that maybe? Okay. For copper, we have almost all of that, except for the copper. That's interesting. Let's just gather all the materials. And here's a Stationeers tip. You should leave that lever open when you now shut off the device. Oh, you can run against that? No, you can't. You can't. Because then that gives you the clear statement, that thing is empty. There's information you can work with. So we need 10 iron. Let's put in this iron. Okay, that's better. And some copper, which will not be enough, and that's the problem, but I guess we might actually have enough copper reserves somewhere. Wait, gold. Didn't we have gold also? 11 grams, yep. So we need 5 grams of copper and we can make 1 upright wind turbine. Nice. We cannot make this though. Have to wait. Oh, this thing's not running? God fuck damn it. Why is it not running? Because it's not high wind, it's just raining. Okay, the storm's ending. But fret not.
This just burned through coal then.
Two grams of copper, I need 5. It's really the only way to find something here, huh? That's a very slow start. Gives me more opportunity to talk, so... AI. Now, since AI is something that so far we basically... Oh, look at that, motherfucker. Begs the question, do I really need another upright wind turbine, huh? There seem to be storm seasons on and off. I need to be prepared. I want to make 1 upright wind turbine, period. AI is something we experience mostly just in chats. But, I mean, you know that they can generate images and videos, and they can process stuff, they can devise new medicine, research. So the more our world is virtualized, the more the AI can actually act upon the world. And soon we will have this augmented reality situation where we're basically all gonna live in this dream, kinda dream, this quasi-dream.
Air tank low.
Oh, I thought it would be enough power. Ah, shit. Okay. So in short, we are entering about the thing, you know. Yeah. Trying to get away from that.
Air tank critical.
In short, it's reasonable to assume that we will have AI at our fingertips while we walk the streets, whenever we do, and we will have augmented reality also that is constantly with us and not sometimes, because we will use it more and more. I mean, you use your smartphone, I guess, a lot. I mean, I'm not doing it right now, but I mean, right this moment I'm doing it, just reloading my the data that I get from the CO2 measuring device, and the current CO2 level is down to 564 parts per million. Well, it's just basically a flat line, kind of. If I would close the window, that would ascend rather quickly again. I know that. And that's something that I have never really observed. Now I can. See, that's a bit... I kind of virtualized my world there. Let's see, that's the kind of stuff that I was talking about in that video. And that's valuable stuff to give you this antenna, this compass, this understanding, and the relevance of it. You need to understand abstraction. What is it? How is it relevant? How do you have to utilize it with the increasing amount of AI? You have to understand that we are I'm saying virtualizing. Maybe that's not the right term, but you know what I'm trying to refer to there. So let's just suffer through me using that possibly wrong, but otherwise very clearly stating what the fuck I mean. Term virtualization. So I virtualized my world, my living room here, basically, by now having the computer tell me, open the window, because it's a reasonable thing to do. And so I follow. This can even be automated if you install the respective mechanisms. So we will have more and more actuators in the world. And when I say actuator, I'm referring to the virtual things, like it can do something with the augmented reality that you're carrying around with you, and which we will carry around with us all the time. I mean, the smartphone is something that I have to pick up and use and then put down again. But these glasses, you will just have them like on your face, or maybe contact lenses, I don't know. That's more, you will have that more often than you will be holding your smartphone. It's more likely, you know, and so it's more likely that you will use it, even if it's just the temperature or the time or the compass with the cardinal directions that you will have running there, like in the game here. I mean, you know, one thing, and I just have a very cool idea, and I wonder if anyone ever in the world of 8 billion people ever thought about this idea. And so, if not, then I am the first one, and you heard it here. Not that I'm the first one, but you heard the idea here, which is the following: that someone will probably go and recreate the Stationeers user interface this here for their augmented reality glasses, showing their orientation, their speed, the temperature, the external pressure, well, the jetpack thrust probably not so much, but you know, isn't that fucking awesome? And I think that all the Stationeers players, if that's still a thing, then I hope, will probably, at least when they hear of this, will probably say, okay, let's download that. I want to test that on my augmented reality glasses, and they will probably use it. I wouldn't say all the time, but often, because it's fucking cool. Then you can say, I am a Stationeer. Isn't that awesome? And that's the reality we're heading towards. But the artificial intelligence will be able to interact with these things. So, and we will be able to interact with the augmented reality, and it will be very, 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 very capable to understand what we want, what our inclination is, what we mean, you know, and so it will basically the pathway between what we want and to the manifestation in reality, which has grown ever shorter and shorter since we started basically as cavemen or whatever. I'm not that knowledgeable. Someone might say, no, we actually started as nomads. Oh, fuck off. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. I mean, when I say nomads, I can talk about people of today. But when I say caveman, I'm most probably talking of people of thousands or millions of years ago. And so that's why I use that term. I'm trying to communicate in a way that is meaningful. How is that not unstupid? So, they wanted to get out of the cold, they wanted their fire not to die down, they wanted something to fuck, and they wanted something to eat, and so forth. And all of that, that was the pathway between will and reality. They had to pursue that, and later things became much easier when we had people who were doing the farming for the community and someone who was doing the smithing for the community, and we were exchanging that, specializing, and that's these days also. And soon we will have machines doing lots of tasks for us, which will of course be a blessing and a curse. As always, there will be a transition, and you should better prepare for that. And I, as a programmer, also have to prepare for that, because it's going to take my job away. Eventually, these things are going to be so capable, you don't need a programmer. But I'm utilizing that now at work, and currently I cannot do it very high-level tasks with it, like design an application that can do this and this, and a user interface that does that and that, because they're just not that capable yet, but they will be. And so I just expressed, currently I'm using this for low-level tasks, for not so abstract tasks. Tasks like write a method that parses this value into this many parts, and spaces are allowed but not commas, and so forth, and then it does that. It writes the method and it does everything. It can do that, yep. then that is a very concrete, low-level, not very abstract task. But the method that I've just described, that might be an abstract thing. I admit that. But the task that I'm pursuing that I'm executing there with the AI is not an abstract task. That's a very concrete task for copper. Soon we will have the copper to make the upright wind turbine. And I will just swap the batteries then, and let's see what happens. But then I just described this thing can also design an entire application for me, and that's a very high-level task that requires the AI to have a very high-level abstract understanding of the world and of programming and of use of interface design and so forth. And I have to grow into that. I have to learn how I can grow with the capacity of the AI. How can I utilize that to make my job easier, more productive, and more error-free, all these things. And this means that in the end I will be the operator, the lion tamer for the AI, instead of being the one who was just pushed out of the job by the AI. And that is an example, me and the programming job that I have, and support and all that. And actually hope that support can soon be done by the AI. God damn it, I hate support. I fucking hate that. It's such a waste of time. I want to program, and there's so many things still that we need to program to improve our company flow and so forth. I want to do that. I want to create something that improves reality. I want to use my mind to create a function that will henceforth exist in reality and will touch reality in a positive and a productive way, that every day my day will be better because of the thing that I've done there. And I've done that many times. I want to keep doing that because it's fucking awesome. It's the ultimate experience of the freeing of one's will, which has been the pursuit since caveman times. Yep. Copper 8 grams. Thank you. So this metaphor of me programming blah 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 should be, you should understand that you are in the same position. You are in the same situation, except I am I have the perfect job for these times, basically, because I am, what's the term? I am in a situation where my job is to actualize virtuality. I mean, see, the programmer job, if you're not a programmer, or if you have only programmed in Stationeers and not really reflected upon it, I mean, I have been a programmer for 40 years, and so, as you have understood by now, I'm a very, well, let's say I play around with philosophy. And so I also philosophized about programming, and so I reflected upon how deep a task it really is to program, because what's happening there is you are having a fantasy, and that fantasy you turn in your head into language that the computer can understand, which then will ultimately turn that fantasy into a tangible reality. So you're dreaming something up, which will then, I mean, you could say that someone who, a carpenter does the same thing, and I'm not shitting on carpenters, not at all, but I can create something that will not just exist physically in reality, but will also constantly, tangibly affect that reality, instead of just being a chair in the corner that you use or don't use. For example, my nice reminder program here that has been accompanying my life for years now, and I wouldn't know how to live without it. In this regard, I am a cyborg now, a cybernetic organism. It's not tied to my body, but I'm using it so often, it's like with the glasses on my head. If my glasses were cybernetic information processing and such, if they were that, then you could legitimately call me a cyborg, because I wear my glasses basically all the time. They are part of me. They're not in my body, but they are part of it. At this point it wouldn't have mattered. Okay, not wise, whatever. Upright wind turbine. So, what's next on the agenda? After making this, we have an airlock that's working. We need to think about food, which means we need to think about automation, which I could do with chips. But, of course, I would like to program that, which is easier, more reliable. So, I would like to... I mean, I could use chips, yeah. But I should actually pursue the furnace. And also, didn't I say something about cooling? Yes, I did. And let's build that cooling room that I thought would be a thing that can exist. This is a place that will always be open and free. Therefore, having a door here that can do that thing seems like a reasonable thing. So let's iron frames. Iron sheets. Have you seen that? Every internal atmosphere of that box was just shoved out into the surrounding environment with pressure. That is why the volatiles, which are too cold, were suddenly liquefying, because the pressure was too high. Yep, that's the thing. So let's install that right away. So with this job of mine, I am basically always consciously in this pathway of understanding this is my will and fantasy. What am I doing? I have to go here. And that other thing there is the manifested reality, and I know the exact complete path, the entire path from the fantasy to the manifested and constantly us serving computer reality. And that's awesome. That's fucking helpful. And that's particularly helpful in these times. So I have a very good understanding of what it means when now AI is coming into the game and augmented reality. Because the world will become much more virtualized, and also computers will learn to act upon the world in a much more powerful way. So in this way you could say we will kinda be dreaming. We'll almost be dreaming. I would just stack up another one or two of these and then I would just turn the dude off, I guess. So the first... Oh wait, no, the room. I want to first make this room here, which means I need some iron sheets. Let's make those then. I have enough iron for that. Let's make 11. Now come on. Sheets. Yeah, and anyone who is in a job that is not like mine, so optimally placed in this pathway, might not be able to utilize AI much. Though you can of course utilize it as a chat, which gives you better search results than Google, because you can just describe whatever the fuck you want, and you can also have it reason for you. For example, DeepSeek, you can make a free account, but there are more such things out there. I think ChatGPT also does that. You can ask it to reason for you. So basically, I'm saying you have to become more of a thinker than you have been so far. I'm not calling you stupid. That would be stupid. But I'm saying, I mean, let's say this. You could say, reasonably, the machines will be taking over the world. Not necessarily as in controlling, but as in the currently omnipresent chips that, for example, make sure that our electricity systems still work. And that's a machine. And so in this way, people who will be powerfully wielding AI or will program AI to have powerful control over reality, which is still the same thing, only it's less instant. It's not like holding a hand drill, but it's more like installing a sawmill and some belt band and everything is just churning away. That will kind of be taking over the world, and it will, because the greatest force of change on this planet so far had been the humans. And we will now have something human-like in capability, which is robotics, which are emerging currently very strongly, and artificial intelligence, which will probably be able to understand everything that a human can understand. So we will experience thus, and also because economically it makes sense to have machines working for you, why not? We will have a vast influx of these, and they will have a vast influence upon what shape the world will have. And thus we will have a vast change of the world, and you have to be ready for that. And the best way to ready yourself for that is to work with the machines and to grow with their capacity. The more they can do, the more you should, the higher level of abstraction you should utilize them for tasks that are more demanding. So that you will be the one who wields them instead of suddenly things just happen. I mean, maybe you're currently doing a job that will eventually be replaced by a machine, period. But someone still has to control those machines. So you would still, you would in the end have a job that is a completely different job from the job you have right now. But you could transition into that new job slowly, and you can start right now. And I'm telling you, if you're not doing that right now, you are behaving stupidly. Because this will happen so fast, this change. And I'm saying that not because it's suddenly in my office, because I'm in awe of what it can do. It is because I am intelligent enough and looking around in the world enough that I can fathom how far this will go and how fast it will happen. Or let's say this, like when it comes to climate change, maybe it's better to be careful. Even if you don't know. So, even if you're not convinced.
Oxygen critical.
Okay, so we have some water that I could shred to get something to drink. We can stupidly not condense any rain. There's supposedly vast oceans of water down there, which means I would have to drill manually. I could of course use the security printer to make lots of mining explosives to get there. But I don't wanna right now, this is not a plan. I don't wanna drill. Maybe we can set up a trading platform and solve it like that and just buy water in bulk. That's a possibility. Also, maybe mining will yield so much water that I will have no problem with that. That's actually the greater likelihood at this point, I think. How far are we here? Down to 42. Here we have that going. Yeah, another centrifuge wouldn't be bad, but I mean, I have to do too many things manually right now, and I don't wanna. I need to automate that. So I need to make sure that we get this cooling room on the road, because eventually things will get too warm in here. And I need to yeah, let's build those walls. I can make those walls right now. Let's do that. At the door, and I have to evacuate that part, or I just accept the hit, basically. And that's a good idea, actually. I could prepare this cooling room and not actually use it for a while. And then when it's time to really cool down the station, I open it, which will pollute the station. So it shouldn't be in the outer limits of necessity, because then I also definitely need to breathe, and that's pollutant. Then I need to clean the station. Iron window, that's the wrong way. God damn it. Fucking hate this stupid shit with the iron windows, that you still can't see how they are rotated. Man. Why, RocketWerkz, why? But I keep giving the answer myself, don't I? They really have to focus. So much so that possibly the prioritization itself is also too slim. As in, they can only think about the hierarchy of things to do in which order so much before even that becomes a waste of time. So we need a few pipes. Safe. And we need a door.
Hunger critical.
Which, to install it, I actually need to open that anyway. Okay, I guess I should start using that room early then. Of course, the pipes that I would use there need to be filled with something. And what would I use? Oh, the outdoor atmosphere, of course. I would use passive vents. Or I would just... No, I just have to just explode the pipes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. So, for maybe I should make another active vent, because, I mean, these are currently wired up. The airlock is a very important thing to have, and gold is also an important thing to have, I know, but I think that dismantling the airlock, because I have some kind of emergency need for... an active vent, is less wise than just having an extra active vent, even though my resources are still so scarce. Fuck. Eight grams of copper. Hey, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, so please take that seriously. AI will be changing the world soon. And like I just said, there will also be robotics, which will become more important. And there will also be the virtualization of the world at increasing speed, even without the augmented reality glasses. Even then, even without that. There's the Internet of Things, the so-called Internet of Things. There's also a virtualization of the world. In other words, there will be cumulative effects. And there's another cumulative effect, which is that the adoption rate will increase. Because what I'm telling you here, that you need to be wary, that is something that many people are realizing, particularly companies. So the adoption rate will increase now. See, that's another thing you possibly didn't think about. But when you thought, oh, whatever, I don't even... You know? I don't want to misrepresent you, so I'm just looking to the left when I'm saying this. That guy over there, yeah. How to proceed? How to proceed? I would like to clean that up with the. Did I already print that? No, I need more. I need to smell stuff. All right. So the adoption rate of new technology, of Internet of Things and so forth will increase. One of the reasons that it will increase is, of course, that the big companies whose power over the world is trickling down to the everyday level, and thus also to smaller companies, so they also have to kick up the pace. Yeah, that is increasing, certainly. Because, you know, these big tech companies, they are more, and like I'm trying to instill in you also, trying to abstract. They're trying to think, okay, this is the state of things. On the other hand, that thing there, over there, is what we want to achieve. In the middle, these are the things that we have, the puzzle pieces. And so I turn on the music again, so this sounds less stupid. And so let's build the best possible bridge there. And these days, they now even have PhD level, no shit, PhD level AI at their disposal that can come up with solutions for that. I mean, for example, you can employ AI these days to help with support. For that, first you have to teach your product to the AI. Do you not think that you can also teach to the AI the situation I just described? As in, this is our company, that is where we want to go, these are the puzzle pieces we have available. Now you, AI, go and puzzle them together in the best possible way, in ways that we didn't even think of. And I will ask you tomorrow, and the AI will say, okay, 5 minutes later I have the answer, and then you're like, oh! That shit is happening and will actively be employed. This will accelerate things. The accelerating factors that are in play right now, please take this seriously, are very powerful, and they they play off of each other also. I mean, AI can control robotics, for example. So the world will change drastically, and you have to make yourself ready for that. Else you will be left behind. And you don't want that. So please listen to me. So how many pipes do we have? $17. That's quite not enough for what I'm trying to do. So first I want to empty this room. And, well, that's actually pretty interesting. And that's pretty cool. The pipes that I need to make here, which I need to destroy so that they have some passive vent kind of thing. I mean, I don't need to do that, but why not use this tried and true technique, which we can use here very easily. I can use them not just to empty out the room, but also as the cooling system, as, you know, as the air that will be in the pipes, which will exchange slowly because I'm not going to put up pipe radiators. Thermal energy will cool down that room and will possibly strong enough to cool down this entire station. I don't know that, I'm going to try. I have to kind of break this open, but first I can just evacuate that. Well, let's first eat something. This is probably getting annoying. And, well, we need to make a water... What? No, we don't. I have this stuff here that can utilize. We have water here that can drink. Man, what am I saying? But we need to think about food, man. That's also not quite urgent. So even though that's Stationeers difficulty and there have been some deaths, but the only deaths we had were really just mining accidents, right?
Cognition low.
Mining accidents. So in other words, I mean, maybe I forgot something. That's possible easily, but I think I didn't die yet. I mean, from that perspective. Just stupid mining accidents, which don't quite count, but because the stupid world mechanism is fucking bullshit, man. How full is the battery? Yeah, that's okay, I guess. Wonder if there will be a storm soon again. If not, I have to turn off the deep miner, which is fine because we have enough material to work with for now. Ice crusher not needed. I should set up a drinking device. Maybe here in this corner. This seems reasonable. Can I make a door? I'm doing multiple tasks right now at the same time by time slicing, which the computer does much faster, so it seems like it's doing that simultaneously. Iron and copper. Wait, I don't have that much copper, do I? I need 3 copper. Uh-huh. Okay, I think we can leave the deep miner running. There will not be storms at all times. And these guys will now slowly accelerate, I think, because the RocketWerkz team also worked on the speed of these guys. They change during a storm, and they also fade up and down. It's not like ding dong blim blob. No, they fade. So it's pretty cool. What door do I want to use here? An electric door or a manual door? I could just use a manual hatch. I mean, there's nothing really that speaks against it. I don't need to... Well, actually, I could automate this later. If this is my cooling source, and if this is a reliable thing that works, and if it doesn't, I will just slap on some pipe radiators, you know? Then I can later operate this door automatically. So I will make an electric door here. Not the dumbest idea. So I have to evacuate that. Do we have... Oh crap, I wanted to make the active vent and now I haven't. But maybe I can still. Yep. Okay. This will later be removed again. Because once there's vacuum here, I no longer need it. To pump stuff out, I need a target pipe, basically. And we need cables here anyway, because of the electric door decision. That is nice. And that is fucking stupid that you cannot lay the cables there. But I can do this at least. I think they should change the color of one of the switches, because this one is on and off, so green or red. This one is blue or red. So when it's red, at least I often confuse which the fucking switch is this. I mean, changing it to a different color would solve that problem. But which color could that be? I mean, yellow exists and such, but I'm saying maybe it should even... green is not good. Blue is different? I don't know. A different color. Should be a different color.
You have a problem with color? Racist.
So, will this be enough air though? It appears so. Oh. That's not the pipe I wanted to behave like that, obviously. Shit. If I disassemble this one and put it here... Well, it doesn't help, of course. Crap. That is major crap. See, it's gone. See, because this thing, if you ever have such a thing, through the station or lying on the wall of the station, it will bleed air and gas or whatever in all ways. It is like a cross in this direction. It's like a three-dimensional open cross that connects in all three dimensions. So has this been damaged already? It has not. I don't know what the logic here is, if it's coincidence, if it's the order in which I built this, I don't know. Ah, yeah, okay, this is good. I believe last time I first built this pipe, and then that pipe. And now I effectively first built that pipe, and now this pipe. I wonder if that plays a role. So this can now evacuate the room. Flow rate is very limited, but that doesn't mean that the evacuation is completed. I will just leave this running for now. Then I need to put up some pipes, which I first need to print. So let's print a bunch of pipes. Exactly 50? What are the odds? So the power situation appears to be fine. The food situation requires a light source. We have that. I need to control the light source though, and possibly I also need to protect the plants from the sun, because I don't know what the... Basically you should print a daylight sensor to get a feel of what the day-night cycle speed here is, or I just, you know, make some parts of my station protected from sunlight. Maybe that's really the way to go. Huh. Oh, I will need a bunch of pipes. Basically, this room needs to kind of... What? Ah, stupid me. I evacuated that room, which in principle is fine, but then I would have to quickly close up the wall. Ah, shit. Well, I just break open the wall once the vacuum has been achieved, so that the damage doesn't increase to unreasonable levels, basically. Shit! I think I can even do that from here, huh? I hope that the other walls didn't take too much damage, because then it might be that I catch up to opening this wall in time for this new wall that I'm building. But maybe not for the others who are already that damaged. Basically you want to fill the entire room with pipes for maximum thermal energy exchange. So that's closed, so let's pump that empty. Flow rate is max. Inwards very limited, okay. Let's keep it like that for a moment. And then shut it down, break and open the wall. Okay, so how much damage do we have here? 57 fucking percent. Oh. Okay. Well, so that was kind of a gamble. But it's a game, so... Man, this world Merc, thank you for this. This is really good. I mean, this is a cool planet. Cool world to play on. So, let's repair this. It reminds me... Oh, I need more plastic sheets. Glass sheets. Okay, let's stop that printer because it's getting annoying here. What? Also 20? Exactly? Really? What the fuck? Not bad. Wait, what? What am I doing? I didn't see that there was still a stack there. So that has been solved almost. I need more glass sheets though. Let's make 8, whatever. How much silicon do we have left here? 2 and 21, so we're not naked. That's fine.
24 grams.
Battery looking good, alright. Would be nice to have some better power source here, right? I mean some better light source. But I don't think we can afford really to put up lots of light sources, particularly the resources. Okay, soon though. I mean soon as in like in 12 hours maybe. Which is soon in Stationeers terms. Oh, no more damage at all? Alright, huh. Everything has been repaired. Now let's put the door in. And remove the active vent because I no longer need it. Wonder why the sound is different over here. Wow, this does feel realistic. This little box here, exposed to, on all sides to the rain, versus a more inside-ish sound, more like I'm in the indoors. Man, the sound rendering is fucking great in this game. Right. So, do we have some thermal energy bleed? I guess. -6 joules. And we have 20 degrees. Okay, first put the door in. Glass door, I would say. Oh, wait. Why not? I mean, okay, if the temperature falls a lot, and if I keep the door closed, then in that box over there, we will have a pressure that is lower than 60 kilopascals. Out there, we have a pressure of, we can even verify that because we have a passive vent out there, 230. Oh man, that's a problem. My plan doesn't work. I need actual iron frames here instead of glass walls, because by the air cooling down, this room might reach a temperature that is so low that the pressure will be so low that the walls take damage from the pressure differential. God damn it! I would have run into that badly. Okay, then well, let's do the fucking thing. Whatever, where's the active vent? Let's put it up again. Or we will need it. But I mean, I can put up the door now also. And yes, the composite door. With its maximum pressure differential of 300. And then the cable has to be removed again because motherfuck, I cannot get through there. I think. And there, I cannot... That's impossible, I have to go around. Shit! Plastic sheets. Well, I guess one of the next steps, I mean, one step in the future will be to make another centrifuge and then to slowly eat through all the extra that we have here and then hopefully to balance it out in time by having another deep miner. Though, what am I saying? One deep miner keeps the electronic centrifuges busy quite a lot. I think 2.4 or so, or 2.3 electric centrifuges. So one deep miner
Air tank low.
needs more than 2 of these to really be effective, you know?
Air tank critical.
Alright, so we need to cable up the... Oh, fuck! Okay, there's a solution for this. I will just flip this door around and the cables will be on the inside. Yep. Let's do that. No, that's completely not what I stupidly wanted. What is it now? Ah. Composite door. I mean, Merck has really done great work with this world. It's really a good one. It brings engineering challenges on the complexity of Vulcan, which is the best engineering world that Stationeers has. I mean, okay, maybe apart from Venus, with which I have basically no experience. Shamefully, but, you know. Okay, this is the electronics, the electricity supply. Maybe this is okay. Otherwise, I would just build some pipes, no problem. Alright, so let's connect this cable then in the way that it already was connected. And the good thing is, since it's not a glass door, we can even go right past the door.
The way God intended.
That's not funny, stop saying that. Well, told you that my position is that everybody's God. It's a very interesting model even. But I'm not gonna go into the model again. Maybe later. Maybe when there's more willingness to listen to that crap. Then I would probably make videos decidedly about that and probably edit it to explain that, because very complicated concepts. How does creation work? How does intelligence emerge, or how does self-reflection emerge, and so forth. Of course, regarding to my worldview, I'm not saying the objective answer, but just, oh. There's always something, isn't there? Fuck this stupid locker here. And if I would place it to the left, then it would of course go this far, I think, huh? And there's another storm. Yep, it's charging up. The extra wind turbine was a good move, man. Anyway, so now I need to basically I wanna, well, I need to replace the walls obviously, and this nice thing here, as cool as it is, it needs to go away because I have to redo that, because there will be a frame here, and that's just stupid, but that's the way it is. And I will have to evacuate this room again. I think I should rather prepare for that already, so that later I don't think like shit or some of those other terms that I use, like shit and so forth. I need to, well, do I need to reach it? Oh god damn it, how will I reach it? How do I reach these buttons? Ah man, I need to logic control it then. Or I just do it while I'm on the outside. But this means that room will be evacuated and I have to go inside through the airlock while the Pressure differential will... No, it won't. The pressure differential will no longer exist. So that's a reasonable thing to do. Basically, I could just put this thing on right now and...
Waste tank caution.
Man, I should pump this room empty. What have I done? What have I done? Man, I'm wasting a whole block of station atmosphere now. I don't want that. Fuck. Okay, let's prepare for an extensive building session. I will have to have the... I will just open this up and I will enter this box. I will weld this from the inside and then I will... And then when the room has been evacuated, I will just open the door from here, because then I happen to be inside again. You know, the classic thing that confuses you in single player, the Stationeers, every once in a while, when you meeting your airlock and you're still beginning, so you don't have 20 of these or whatever, and it's cycled. Why the fuck is the airlock cycled? Because you broke in from the outside. So question is, how can I ensure that the right pipe will break? So that's kind of the pipe that has to break. Maybe I can already get them to... No, I can't. Or can I? Let's see. Aha, we get some pollutant in there, we get some stress, good. Pressure is increasing and so is the stress speed. Now the question is, where will the damage take place? Oh, stress won't go higher. Ah, shit. I could have used that if I had a passive vent to get rid of some pollutant from the station. Okay, let's not get fancy. I have to get this cooling system done. We have 24 degrees already. Is it done? Are the pipes empty now or whatever? Yep, nothing in there. Alright, okay. How do I make sure which pipe will explode? I guess I have to wing it. It's going to be kind of a stunt. And then I will also need to have some iron frames. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need an iron frame. Let's make 3. That, and then I need to weld them with iron sheets, 2 each, which means I need 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. So I need more. So let's make like 4 or whatever. Or 5. Let's make 5.
Power low.
I have pipes to do some stuff. And then we can close this door. And then I will lose some station atmosphere because I was too lazy to pump that indoors here. And so it is now. So let's go. This is gonna be a stunt, so let's save. Of course, that happens now. So many factors to consider. Would actually be pretty cool if we had, you know, a list of factors here grouped on the side of the screen as progress bars. I mean, from green to red or something along those lines, something that is more expressive, all of them in the same way, so you would even with one glance get a feel of how much you will still have to do to be ready for the road, or how badly you're doing, how worse off you are. For example, health and health related stuff like food could be one group, and so you could also get with one glance an impression as to how you're feeling, which could then even translate into an emotion, as in we would break this narrow interface of audio and video and actually transport the information, the emotion that you also want to experience, maybe kind of a bit of the pain of your illness, you know, hyperbolically speaking. The iron window is in the way. This is a joke, isn't it? I mean, I just thought, well, if I toss it in here, that's not a good idea, because maybe I need it. Also, it's a cheat. Yeah, guess what? Let's cheat harder.
Hunger critical.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I can go inside. It's not like I have to continue everything right now. Come on. Right. Thirsty yet again. Right, I wanted to build that stuff. Maybe I can just quickly do that, so we have something to drink. I mean, I need that all the time. And this means I need it now. That's what all the time means, right?
Health low.
One, two, okay. So, how many liters do we have here? 81-ish liters. Okay. Let's cable this thing up, which is not hard to do. But I need to print some more cables soon. Or do we have some more cables lying around, possibly? I don't think so. I think now I'm indeed through all the things that are brought with the lander. Yep. Oh, we should fill this thing up.
That's what she said.
You have a dirty mind. No, I have dirty ore. And a dirty mind. Well, I'm kind of addicted to fun, which is a good addiction to have, because fun is the opposite of suffering. The goal to make the world more fun, and thus to move away from suffering overall, is a sane one. No one disagrees? Okay. Therefore, a fun addiction is in principle a good thing.
Engineer. Headphone test.
Oxygen critical.
And some food.
Oxygen critical.
Yeah, I need to think about growing and stuff. Anyway, we also need to think about cooling and stuff. Okay, is there any stupid thing that I possibly forgot? Well, the filters. I wanted to actually make some filters, and it's kind of time to do that. So let's make 2 of these. It's a good experience how to slowly build up the Horn of Plenty, to slowly have more resources and broaden the flow of things happening. Okay, save and go out in the storm and try to burst some pipes. And maybe the first one will once again take damage, and so because it's the one that I... Wait, first I built this one. And that, and that, and that, and that. Now the question, what happens? Ah, one of them is taking damage. This one, that's not the one I wanted to take damage. So let's undo that damage. Huh? Because there's going to be a box here. Hey, wait. I could go down there into the ground, basically, instead of having that here. I've been going blum, 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 blum. Why not just go down? Which is also something that she said. That's not the right pipe, man. Okay, but move. I mean, wait. Let's just use the trick then. That should work. It does. Ah, shit. So this proposed Stationeers interface, which I cannot show you while paused stupidly, is a nice idea, right? But I just had another thought. Since we will soon, in quotation marks, have augmented reality, and then if you want a certain user interface, we can just describe that in our own human words speakingly to an AI, which will then build it for us, because that's going to be a thing. Yes, you have to understand the reality that we're rolling towards. Now you might say, well, of course, that's something that's possible. It's not, don't pretend as if it's super magical and big again. What the fuck? Stop wanking in my face. I don't like that. No, what you don't like is to be exposed to the necessity to change, and also to the fact that some internet idiot, faggot, asshole idiot, is throwing things at you that you haven't yet considered and that are of great importance, and that you will have to adapt because of the words that I speak. And so you're rejecting either those words or the person or whatever. But the truth is, you have to change. Your understanding, you know? I mean, we also, it's a nice idea that we can, okay, slightly different topic now. So it's pretty cool that we can soon then have an AI interface, augmented reality interface. Well, that's not actually augmented reality what I'm talking about right now. Here on the right of the screen, for example, a 2D thing with some progress bars. It's just a head-up display, that's what it is. Telling you how much money do you still have for the amount that you would be able to use this month reasonably, because you have set yourself a budget, haven't you? And how warm is it? How much time do you have left until the appointment, and so forth. To have that kind of stuff with one view, so you can fully do what I usually do with my mind. I throw myself 100% at a thing. As in, I easily forget other things. That's kind of a problem. I hope that this will get better, but I think this kind of subconscious call, and I actually don't believe in the subconscious after the things I've seen. I think there's only the active part of yourself and the ones that you're currently looking at. You might say, well, that is the subconscious, then okay, then that's the subconscious. Alright, fine. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having that shit. Also, what I want is, I want to see the world in temperature. Not to see, hey, boobs, but because, you know, if you see someone's body temperature, you can see their shape under their clothes pretty well, because certain parts, for example, where the breasts are they're just more warm, because there's, well, more going on there skin-wise and body-wise, you know, it's and so forth. Anyway, not because of that, but because I want to expand my consciousness. I always wanted to see reality more clearly. To, you know, let's say if I would ever take a drug, like, I don't know, grass or whatever, I would certainly take it for the purpose of observing what does it do to my mind. What does it do to my observation of reality? I would try to look at me looking at the things instead of just drifting. And in the same way, I would want to experience reality more deeply. And I mean, if just like with this AI thing, you have to expose yourself to that, working with that stuff to slowly get a deeper feeling of what it means and how you can employ that better, and then to climb with its capabilities to a higher level of abstraction, which will ultimately be what's happening. And if you're not ready, then you will be replaced. Or you will be not the one who will be the lion tamers. I mean, basically the lion tamers will be the rulers of the world. The suits will decide what happens. But the ones who push the button that has vast capacity to affect reality, which is the buttons of the AI, those will be kind of the rulers. Those will be the generals. So you should try to become one of those. To rule over others? Well, not quite that, but I mean, the alternative is to be ruled over, and I don't want that for myself. No thanks. I want to be ruling instead of other people. I fucking hate the decisions that people are making. I want to make my own. I don't want to be affected by that. But anyway, where was I? Augmented reality? Yeah, in the same way that you have to expose yourself to that over time, you have to also, I would also have to expose myself to the perception of temperature in the world around me, to slowly learn what that information actually gives me. Because it will give me something, I know it. There must be some better flow, some better understanding, some better planning, so all of that, like my CO2 thing here, just the CO2 value that I have. Okay, I have to open the window more often. That's the thing then. Okay, now that we have this, let's put up the boxes. This is actually, I mean, I wanted to say fuck, which I now did, but with different intention. But there's actually not a problem here, because very often... What is happening?
Temperature critical.
What's happening? Oh, my waste tank is full.
Temperature low.
Well, it's a bit of a waste to lose all that, but I can at least pick up the CO2. So if we can just remove the wall, because it's airtight here. Nice. That would have been awkward. Oh right, this is the wrench, I forgot. Okay. I didn't want to toss the angle grinder through the wall, but you know. Okay, so now that is open. Let's close up everything we can close up so far. And here I still have to do a little bit of work, because I'm not sure exactly how I want to do this thing with the pipes. That's why I brought so many. I wonder how efficient this cooling solution will be. I've never done it like this. It's always fun to do something new. Now a question. Capacity 60 liters. Capacity still 60 liters, so that doesn't help at all. So turning this here into kind of a solid wall wouldn't help. Where did I want to go? Here. Okay, neat. Let's get some more pipes. I want to finish this aspect of the task before I go in, and I mean I get confused too easily. Yep. Yeah, well, my little illness thing that I talked about, which is a very interesting thing, and which I basically don't have anymore, you know? What's happening now is just, I get kind of a... what's the name of the pill? I don't know. This pill of what's its face? Okay, there's this film Limitless that I talked about shortly, and I'm getting kind of like one pill of that stretched over months, for that stretch of months. And then it's full. I'm just saying it's working fine, and the capacity is still increasing. So cool shit, cool shit. Well, and that had a nice upside because I couldn't trust my memory. I couldn't trust to keep up with things, but I wanted to not, well, fuck up at work. And so that's when I started writing down things profusely. I mean, not everything, but lots of things. By now, of course, this has been adjusted to the necessity and the flow that I find myself in. But this still means that if anyone at the office still needs to know something, very often they will just ask, hey, how was that? And then I look it up and I find the information. I've become an information manager. That's also why I'm using the software Everything by Void Tools. If you don't know that yet, you should Google that, Everything. And then you find as the first hit, which tells you something, since it's such a generic word, this software, which is free. I think it's not open source. It is only for Windows. And if you install that, then this thing will scan your computer for 5 or 10 seconds or so. And even if you have millions of files and folders, that will have been enough for it to know all of them. And it will hence afterwards keep track. And you can open a window, which will just be a blunt search window. Looks very Spartanic, but has many columns, and you can sort that. I always sort that by last modified because that's the most useful. And this has a couple of hotkeys and a couple of search modes. And whenever you type something in the search box, the entire list with its millions of entries will update without delay, instantly. And so that's the fastest way to find files. And this, since I've been using it, has vastly changed the way I work with files. I mean, when I need to open a certain folder, I just think of a file that I'm pretty sure is in there, and I search for the file instead of navigating to the folder. It's just faster, for example. Or I just saved an image from the internet, so I just fire up this thing with a hotkey that I can assign. It's built in even, you don't have to use third-party tools for that. And then the window opens, and I just type pic : so that I want to find only images. And then I type maybe nothing, maybe I type nothing else, because the first 1 or 2 or 3 images by the default sorting by modified, which is how I configured it, that will be at the top. And then I select that and press Ctrl Enter, like we know from the Explorer. When you then you open the containing folder and so forth. You can also use the context menu. So I'm in that folder then, or can just cut it and from there and paste it into wherever I want, instead of opening the Explorer window first. So that's something I can absolutely recommend. The software Everything. If you're not using that, and you could, well, then you're making a mistake. It's literally a mistake. Okay. Now let's do something funny. Degrees in here. No, this is a compass. No, that didn't happen. I have to cut that out. No. Okay, we're live. That would have been awkward. And now we have a temperature of 24 degrees. Now I have to build a pipe structure in here also, which will then, well, cool down this room. And then I just open and close this door as needed. I might actually sometimes find some frozen CO2 in there. Alright. So let's see how much this can cool down. I will try to build the pipes entirely in there. I mean, while I'm in there myself. This can be removed. A nice cooling solution. Hope it works. Let's see if someone in the forums already reacted to my 2 bug posts. No, it's still the newest stuff that is on the bug channel. So, we have 22 degrees in here. And in the pipe, we have minus 146 degrees. And we're currently convecting into that pipe system from wherever, and I guess that would be from here, right? Because out there it is fucking cold already. 6 joules into the pipes. So let's see what happens if we expand the pipe network. Now it's minus 113 joules. Whoa! I didn't expect it to grow that quickly. This might actually work. The room temperature is now 20 degrees.
Power low.
19 degrees. I mean, it's a very small room, but still. That is working at 300 joules. Question is it enough for the station? But if not, then, you know, like I said, I will just increase, I will just slap on some pipe radiators. $15 degrees. I mean, that's engineering that's meaningful. I love RocketWerkz. I mean, whenever you have a moment like this, don't we fucking love these guys? That they made that happen. As a first-person reality that long-term players like me find so normal that moments like these I appreciate extremely. Where for a short moment I realize again what I really have here. How awesome that is. $5 degrees. So how much are we convecting right now? 500 joules. Not bad. Of course, now it's warming up. Man, I didn't print too many pipes, did I? All right. Cooling solution implemented. So how strong is it cooling down the station? Well, first of all, here we see 800 joules. And in the furthest corner of the station, we currently have 20 degrees, slowly falling. And man, that's pretty strong. That's a pretty strong cooling solution. I mean, imagine what we did there. I'm not yet in the steel age. All I did was shit some pipes into the world, and I didn't even pressurize them. All I did was open them. And now let's do that interesting thing. Close that door, which will of course shut down the cooling effect. And this room now will get fucking cold. I guess we can actually scan through the door, which is a bit cheaty, but you know, let's do that anyway. Alright, I can only scan the pipes, and those are of course super cold. I cannot scan the room because I have no room temperature pipe in there. Too bad. Alright. I could actually use that to keep my potatoes fresh, right? And it's a realistic fridge, because whenever you open yours, it gets warm inside. Not bad. Okay, what's the next step? Cleaning up a bit, I guess. So, how many resources do we have? Iron, gold, copper, hydrocarbon, silver, silicon. Yeah. That's good stuff. I mean, I don't see any cobalt. And also no lead. Do we have silver, though? We have silver, yes. But very little. We have gold. Yeah. So, maybe the other things will still come. Maybe they're just too rare to already have shown up here. That's a possibility. Next step. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So we have something to drink, and we will have something to drink for a while. Food, though, is a problem. In other words, let's pursue the furnace so that we get not steel, but copper. So that we get the alloys necessary to program. And maybe I want to put up another centrifuge. And also a few more lockers. And maybe I should put up these guys as if I already know what I'm doing, which I don't. I guess I will place... Yeah, that's nice. I will place some wall here to make it dark, and here and here. That's good, yeah. That should be enough for planting. Now let's close these walls without removing the outer walls. I will just leave them in. I mean, we don't have to play it that tightly, right? This playthrough is kind of like my AI video, where it was kind of rambly at first. Well, rambly is not the term. I already expressed what the problem was there. The problem was mostly the perception of the viewer, but also some of the really good substance came later, and yeah, this kind of like in this video. Okay, whatever. I mean, that's all I can do for now. So that must be enough. Okay, and the logic is also cabled up. One of the most common bugs to ever make there. Like, hey, why isn't this working? Because you haven't cabled this up. Stop searching the source code. It's probably, yeah, that... Oh. Well, I mean, whatever. There's more space here. Maybe I don't even need to expand the station to make the other manufacturers. I just build them on the side. Who cares? So, let's make some cables. Good thing I have lots of these, so if ever I get a station battery, I can rewire everything because the cables are already here. This is one of the most annoying things when you do that, right? That you have to print the cables for that. And now, we need... Did I say furnace printing? Yes, but we need copper for that. Do we have copper for that? We do. Then we could make a locker or two. I mean, let's make 4 lockers.
Error, centrifuge must be stopped before it can export.
We have lots of iron. That invites, of course, the making of steel. Once we can do that, but first, maybe the arc furnace should be shooted up so that it can at least create a stack there. So in other words, I mean, how much iron do I have here? 19, 14, and 45. Okay, let's make some shoes with the rest of this. It's probably acceptable. And the lockers, where will I put those? This will be enough to keep me sustained. I mean, it's obviously just a starter box. I don't know how far I will go with this playthrough, no idea.
Air tank low.
Forgot something. Yep, that's almost not in the way, so I could even open up the station here. Nice.
Hunger caution.
Anything else still on? No. Yeah, this, if my power is critical, then this thing should be turned off, as is the critical drink. Ah. Okay, and when I'm out there, I can already put some chutes there, right? Let's see. How many chutes do I have? 10. So let's use the window chutes. Be wasteful like that. I think that's not enough chutes. Well, then I can just change them to non-window chutes. How's that? But no, let's blow some more iron on chutes. I don't think that's what she said, but somehow I have to think it. Hey, what's happening? Right, would be more productive if this thing were on. Yeah, blinking is a good thing. Bring back the blink tag.
Hydration critical. Oxygen critical.
$62 liters. Yeah, of course, these things have now been attached so that all of that gulps some water. So, oh, look at that! We came in from the outside through a wall. Hey, it's 19 degrees in here. I wonder how cool it will get if we do this. We have a cooling solution that works. Didn't I say I want to flip around the arc furnace so I can operate it from the inside? I did say that, didn't I? Let's do that then. Interesting that we don't have any weather events here that actually blow away things. I mean, right? Normally that's on every world that has atmosphere, but here it is not. So that I didn't know that it could be so freely defined. do that to me now, in this very moment, when I have gone outside to do something of significance.
Power critical.
And while we're at it, I have a nice idea. Sometimes my waste tank is full and then I need to get rid of it. And if I'm close to the station, I might actually be able to toss it in through the wall. But that's ugly. How about I build a receptacle here? Maybe not exactly here because then it's in the way, but here. Then I can just stuff in my bottle like I did on my moon playthrough, you know? The brutal start playthrough. Man, this world has really grown on me. At the beginning I thought, I don't know, it's not really fun. And then, like, maybe it's too hard and such, and maybe it is too hard. Who knows what's still coming down the road. But, this is a really great world, man. Merc has defined a really beautiful world there. So that's Titan by Merc on the Steam Workshop. So, what did I want to do? Do I have that? That's pipe utility liquid. I need one for gas though. Can I afford this? I can.
Unfathomable.
And then we need a passive vent on the inside, and all of these will of course bleed thermal energy. In other words, things will get cold in here, but there will also be heat sources, and I don't know how that will balance out. Passive vent. This needs to be on the outside, but I want to plan, so let's take a look. Aha, it's even the right setup. Great. Did I toss anything else? No. Okay. So if ever I'm in that situation,
Temperature low.
it's such a fucking stupid situation. I can use the simple chutes because this is not the input stack, if there will ever be such a thing, and only the input stack I would really want to see what's in there. The output will just be piped through so quickly that doesn't make sense. this looks broken, but it's not. That's the hilarious part. That's the way it has to be. Could I put an input stack here reasonably? Oh, it's in the wall. That's not nice. What? I didn't intend this. Yeah, that seems solid. Yeah, except for that. Why can't I do these things right? Okay, I think I connected the logic, but not the power. Yep. First, I would say let's take that and the gold. Then some more of the plastic stuff? No. Priority is iron. That plastic, more iron, and then we might have enough iron, but whatever. This is stupid to say the least. Now I need to automate this by means of, I needed copper. Copper is currently in the making, I think, to print the furnace. Okay, getting better. A shredder would be nice, but there's no room in here for that. Can we clean up some things? I mean, we have, after all, some lockers here. Foodstuffs, I think, would be better placed here, next to where it grows and next to where there's something to drink. The furnace. Oh, I don't have enough iron now. I mean, okay, there's going to be iron very soon. Yeah, well, let's feast then.
Oxygen critical. Hunger caution. Oxygen critical.
More water bottles. Hey, can I put something in here? No, I cannot. Neat. Mining equipment right next to the airlock. Good idea. Garbage, I don't know quite how to use this, but this is association-wise kind of close to this whole idea of centrifuge and, well, shredding. That fits. Then we have more foodstuffs. Let's put that here then. Construction stuff. Oh, mining stuff. That should be with the mining stuff. That is water. Let's put that here then. I mean, I know it's water. I think it didn't say so on the packaging. So we have more materials to work with. For example, excuse me? Oh yeah, I smelted the gold first. Yeah, of course. But why is it only 1 gram then? Did I really smell 1 gram of gold? What am I saying? I'm not smelting anything. This is not automated yet. Crap. Okay. I mean, this is getting neater in here, isn't it? We could decorate some walls, but that I would want to do with the flat walls as per usual. And not with the iron walls I currently have, so out of the question. I also don't have the tool manufacturer yet to make some spray paint, so that's also not an option. Here we have the scrubber, which I think should stay handy. I'm gonna say handy, I don't mean mobile phone. That's what we say in Germany. We call mobile phones, or my mobile, we call that handy. It is the handy. Funny, huh? Or just German retardation, who knows?
Air tank critical.
Didn't I have some... Right, that was over here. 4 lockers already, not bad, not bad. So is there something can reasonably move? Well, this is basically garbage, because, I mean, this is double. I have that 2 times. Then we have the AC, which is not garbage. Then we have the portable Jenny. And, of course, that stuff, which should also be here somewhere, but I don't know where to put that. Let's put that right next to the manufactory. I need more cables. But the copper here will first be used for the furnace. Nice station. From zero to this. Even with a cooling solution that is pretty wicked. I'm not going to turn this, turn this on now. Because, I don't know, maybe the station is cooling down as it is already. Because this guy is bleeding thermal energy, probably a lot even. Wait, what? Convecting 23 joules? Which means it's getting warmer? Huh. Well, I guess it makes sense. The room is heating this thing up. It could be that this thing convects away to the outside atmosphere, like -5 joules. And so the number written here would actually be 28.5 joules. But the subtraction is already gone, so we're probably bleeding thermal energy. Iron, alright.
Furnace.
Oh, and the heat, yeah, see, that's a question also. Can we get it warmer in here again? We can. And see, that's why I said have the scrubber handy, not bad. The atmosphere is fine for plants. We have a cooling solution that is currently manual, and the light is also manual. In principle, I could now dare to plant a potato, as long as I remember to turn on and off the light. But we have no indication here, and I think I'm a bit too unreliable. That's one of those situations where I would say I need some external... I don't feel sure enough. I mean, maybe I would put it off just fine, but that's just, you know, that is where information manager me comes in and say, okay, I want to write that down, or rather I want an automatism to tell me when it's the time. Gotten rid of all the boxes. Something to plant, something to eat. We still have plenty of oxygen, which later we will make by burning water or by trading. So I mean, this is, you have seen, I've played this on Stationeers difficulty, not Stationeers. And the mining was what damaged my suit the whole time, and that is why I got damaged. Maybe I misremember, but I think there was no incidents where I actually needed the tablet or needed to restart because I died. There was a different one than just mining. The suit being destroyed because of some mining accident. I think that's really the only thing that happened. So this world is even rather easy. It's complex engineering-wise and such, but it's an easy world to play. It's a fun world to play. Titan by Merc. Yeah, good stuff. So that should allow me to make the furnace. I need pipes also. How many? I don't know. Then we would want a valve and a pipe cowl to have that thing completed, production ready. For that we need copper. I think we still have some. Yep. $15 grams of copper. So if I add another centrifuge and also automate these motherfuckers in conjunction with this guy, we will have a constant influx of materials. That will take some time though. I mean, for example, how? How am I gonna make this? What materials do I have? This is only ice stuff, I think. Yep. So, reasonably, we could make steel. Not now, but later. I need... Well, we reasonably can also make electrum, for which we need silver and gold. Here we have silver and a little bit of gold, so that's in principle possible, only very little, but in principle, you know? So that would be electrum. But then we also have the problem of Invar and Constantin, from which I need nickel. Do we have nickel here? There is nickel, aha, so that's coming in. It's only very, very little. So it seems like we have everything figured out, only it's gonna be taking a long time. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. You might have a problem with that, as in, things should be more actiony. Also, I don't know. And then
You will take that opportunity to blather again.
and yeah, both of that is true. But that's the way it is. So let's set up the furnace. Where? Outside, obviously, because else it would heat up the station too much. Or I could actually build a room for that, as I've done on one of my Europa bases. And that's pretty cool, because then you can also use that for heating. And I mean, I can also make doors that are open to the outside, so if need be, I could just not go in there and could go around, you know? So basically we would have a cool room and we would have a hot room. Though the hot room is not a good idea, because then I might be blowing through my oxygen. So no, I will build the furnace on the outside to make sure that I don't accidentally blow through too much oxygen. Oh, and another thing I've observed in regards to my CO2 sensor here, when I go to sleep, I indeed, the CO2 curve indeed ascends much more slowly. So just like they have in these U-boat films where they say, yeah, don't exert yourself, sit there, don't do nothing, maybe you should try to sleep, all of that is true. Verified by yours truly, in a quite unscientific way, but still, I mean, it counts. Ah. Well, so we have lead and iron needs to be combined to solder, so that can also be made. Very good, very good. Okay, we need more patience, but I guess maybe the next level, the next thing we need to pursue is to indeed, I mean the furnace, yeah, like I said, so that we even have the option to do such a thing. But then we need to, maybe that's even the first thing we should do, we should increase production capacity, because that is something that will happen slowly over time. And building the furnace takes time, not much, but still, maybe I should first make sure that we get more production capacity. How though? There's no more room here. First, I want to make a chute, or rather, let's look at the chutes. Flip-flop splitter? Overflow. See, that's the one that in my Moon playthrough, or was that the German channel? Ah, that was the German channel, right. Where I stupidly used the flip-flop splitter every time when I was trying to fill the all my centrifuges from the multiple deep miners. And I was wondering, how can I solve this? And ultimately I built a box into which all the balls will be spit. And at the bottom there are chute inlets that go to the various centrifuges, so they always have a full stack and the balls will pile up in this little ball box, and so everything will be filled all the time. Instead I could just have used this chute overflow. And that's what I'm pondering right now. I mean, if I redesign this here, could I possibly, you know, down, up, then into some kind of overflow chute concept, and then we have two centrifuges here that will constantly be supplied, you know. I think that sounds reasonable, but I also realize I'm kind of running out of space here. So maybe now that we also have this extra active vent for just such purposes, which is vacuuming stuff out, I should possibly expand the station. For that, though, I do not yet have enough materials. The iron that I have, how much iron do I have? None. None. And 38 and... And okay, it seems to be enough. I could expand the station, by how much though? I am not sure. Maybe the station should be expanded here with a wall in that direction so we get a nicely odd shape. And here I could also expand it in that direction so we have some rooms that merge here in the middle. So first let's make a bunch of... Well, should I switch to steel on a world that has so little resources? I should, shouldn't I? But then I would first have to build the furnace. Okay, what's the optimal flow here? I don't know. Nothing to smelt? Despicable. How long is the video so far? 7 hours almost. Oh, not bad. I hope the computer doesn't crash, because else the entire video was for naught. Because the video format that I'm using, maybe I should just switch, and that solves the problem, needs to be finalized before we have a workable file. Otherwise there's no way to retrieve that. And that's pretty dumb, isn't it? I should change that, really. And I thought about that yesterday, but I was sure I wanted to record a video today, finally again. And yeah, what if that long play thing that I planned to do, like this one, would then not work? It's better if a short video fails due to ill-suited video format than a long one. Yeah, another catch-22. But these catch-22 kind of things happen when you're trying to maximize optimization. In a similar way, mankind is trying to optimize the flow when it comes, for example, to the events in the United States of America and Germany and such, where it says, hey, we need to take in refugees, but we need to take care about the economy and all of that stuff, which, I mean, since so many things are on the table and all of that is supposed to be pursued and optimized, we are playing on a very high abstraction level, and that is where worlds collide. That's just the way it happens. The more high-risk the flow gets, the more tricky it is to process, to figure out how it should go down. Okay, I need... the furnace is... I mean, the programming stuff is basically... I need everything at the same time, in a way. Hey, this would fall still next to the centrifuge, right? I think you could just place another centrifuge right here. Or you know what? Place it here in the opposite direction. That's an option, let's do that. And later I can move it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's print a centrifuge. Can I make one? Yes and no. We have copper, how many grams? Enough, alright. Nah. Oh, fuck me, you need steel sheets. Okay, I guess we have to build the furnace first. Not something I wanted to do. Is there a reasonable way for me to place this? I mean, there's still room on this side of the station, right? But then it cannot toss stuff in. Except if I use some elaborate chute system again. For example, over here, and then it tosses it down here on the ground. That's a possibility. God damn it, it's such a cluttered mess again. Every station that I build is not even it's not a zip file, it's a 7-zip file. (21°). How did we reach 21 degrees? By natural... Wait, no. That was because stuff was on fire earlier. Yeah. I didn't actually observe, so I cannot tell whether the station temperature is falling or rising. Unknown. Okay, I realize in 55 seconds there will be a reminder that tells me that my day has different things that I want to do. It's not an urgent thing, but still.
Hunger caution.
Oh.
Power low.
I wanted to expand the station first. Well, I guess I have to expand it with iron then. Alright. Iron frames. And I need to make more iron frames. Oh, there's nothing to smelt, right. 7 grams and that. Then we have 50 still. Don't even know how many I need. Let's go with 10 for now, just, you know, to be careful. So, I want some... I can basically leave that furnace building stuff in here for now. And just take the wally stuff. For that I need more iron sheets, let's make some of those. So I can at least begin with that already. Which certainly not be enough. And then there's the problem of food, let's deal with that.
Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical.
Yeah, it's basically time to grow something in here. How much do I have? Probably still enough. It's not really urgent. Okay. How much iron still do I have? That. And that's all. I mean, there's also, of course, iron in the centrifuge, but I first need to smelt that. And that's 63 actually, not bad. Yeah, I will need it. Let's just open the motherfucker. Man, I wanted to top up my oxygen, I forgot that.
Titan. World without heart and cold as ice. Cold as ices.
So there would be a wall here. And I mean, of course more, but I'm trying to get the lay of the land. Yeah, it's already a pretty big expansion. Let's do that then. Of course it will be rotated any which way. That was wrong. Were all of these wrong the whole time? No, they were right. And there just came the reminder. The station pressure should actually very slowly increase because I'm basically unleashing my oxygen reserves into the station. Oh, look at that, nickel.
Nickel black. Ugh.
Huh. Hey, wait, what am I doing? I can operate that from the indoors. That goes here. We need iron, of course. Which I should have smelted first, stupid me. But that's normal. Oh, it's not turned on, right. Let's turn it on then. And then the goal also. Wait, did I just run into something that didn't let me move? It's so tight here. No, I don't think so. It works. Okay, there's that. That is now in the works, which means that now we can reasonably print more iron walls. How many do we need? Do I possibly still have some here? I do not. So how many do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 iron walls, and the rest should be sheets. And then we will of course need a shit ton of glass. Oh, what's happening? Right. I probably need more, but I want to get going. Do I still have silicon somewhere else? I do not, so I shouldn't use this last bit that I have here. Because silicon 2 needs to... I mean, it's a resource that's not basically...
Power critical.
not exactly growing on trees, right? Is it burning? No, it's not. Okay. Okay, so we need some more oxygen.
Air tank critical.
Alright, so we're ready to go outside and build a little. While this guy can make some glass sheets. Sure. Sure. Almost. Wow, not bad. Exactly the entire foundation is done. So, how many of the glass sheets do I need? How many iron sheets and glass sheets will I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 27, 29. 29 of each. Okay. That's not 29. That's 21. And we need iron sheets. Can we make 29? No, we cannot. So any damaged glass here? Aha, here's a damaged glass from the welding thing just a minute ago. How damaged? Well, you cannot tell for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure that during this playthrough at the very beginning, at some point, I remember I was looking at glass and it was telling me how damaged it was. Why did that end? What's the reason? Interesting. Or do I always get to see it only when I point at it with a tool of some sort? Only the second centrifuge was already operational. For that I need steel, and for that I need a place to put the furnace, but I will not place the furnace before I know the exact layout of the station, which I now do know. So let's... Oh man, I thought maybe I should not expand it at that much. Maybe I shouldn't expand it that much. I should keep the frames around. And yes, I should have kept them around, because now I need an outer platform kind of thing, which I don't have. So we need more frames. But there's enough storms here, isn't there? Filters, oxygen, everything looking good, safe, continue building. Maybe I should have left some room here, which I still can. I mean, I can just say, let's not build the expansion right here, but make some room for the big furnace right next to the arc furnace. That would make it thematically sorted, so to speak, and I think I'm going to do that. Yeah, that's enough. Yep, now I don't have enough for the rest, I will bring that later. And I can now start building the furnace, I think. Nothing to smelt. So how is it? Do we still have some... There's some iron here, and here we have 16 iron. Well, I guess I have to blow through stuff again. How many do I need? Oh wait, I need also some of that stuff. How many windows do I need? Currently, I mean. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 1. So I need 7. It's not good to blow through all of that. Shit, man. Yep, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 even. Oh, man. It's gonna be 1 too few. No, I have this still. Yeah. And the same amount of iron sheets. Huh, peculiar. Well, and then I should bring the equipment required to pump that empty, which is this. Some pipes, if I have them. I think, yeah, I tossed them somewhere. Okay, and we need power. How do I get power there reasonably? Do I have enough cables? I think so. Okay, let's go then. No idea what's happening. I mean, why would it claim that something is damaged? Or maybe this is something I overlooked, something that was damaged before, or was damaged when I was welding something. What's happening? Why is it moaning as fuck? What is happening? This is not right. Also, of course, you know, that means now I will not have enough glass. When before I had exactly enough glass. Fuck is the term that we have reserved for such occasions. Why is it still making that damagey sound? No, I have 2 glass sheets to fill, not just 1, okay?
Awesome, Bin Laden.
Let's see if we can explode that pipe as we wanna. Of course we can, because all we have to do is this. Right, so now we could evacuate this if we had enough glass, which we don't have. I would almost consider going mining, but no. Instead, I want to build the furnace, which I have stupidly not brought with me, but these things are in reach. Ha ha, great plan. I have to go inside again. there. What does the CO2 level say? Let's reload the page. Now it's loading, loading, loading from the device, and then it will slowly animate the loaded data as I'm scrolling in. That is actually helpful, I think, because it helps orient yourself as to what is and isn't going on. And what's going on? We have very low CO2 level of 430 ppm. That's basically almost outside. Okay, what is Amazon trying to propose to me? Newtopia. Okay, I have to check that out. What is that? Amazon Prime, Newtopia. You want to watch this, maybe? Or maybe not. Probably not. Ah, I need iron sheets, and I have 2 only. Well, let's make 2 more then, huh? Let's make 2 more. Silicon, 2 grams. So we could make 1 sheet of glass. Which is ridiculous. Can I smell something? Nope. What a ride, huh? Bit slow this video, and some stupid mistakes were made, or stupid accidents actually. I mean, this mining thing, god damn it. I mean, that's not my mistake, man. That is something that RocketWerkz needs to fix. There's no option here. Nope. And otherwise, interesting engineering situation. Particularly the cooling solution. Hey, I haven't checked out what the fuck the temperature in the station is for a while.
Hydration critical.
Ah, it's too far here. Crap. That should throw its stuff through the window, and later, for less cheating, we can just add corner chute and output chute, not a problem. Can we operate this properly? Maybe I should be a bit more on the left even. So, plop, and one over here. That's looking good. Okay. So the wreckage. Torch. That's the furnace itself, and now some chimney shooty thing. There's the output. Okay, furnace is ready for action.
Hunger caution.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I'm gonna abort this now here. We have
Power low.
almost 7.5 hours in this video, which makes it a long video. Look at the length and girth of my video. And lots of things still to do, so there's strong motivation to continue. So I can almost almost but not quite, because I can never promise the future. But I can almost promise that there will be a part 2. And the next steps would be, let's, so I can review the ending of the video when I'm about to record the next one. What is it that I want to do next? Well, first, I guess, seal up that room and evacuate it, for which I will need more silicon, which will take some time. Wait, what's this? And then, as soon as I have the respective materials, I want to make steel. One iron stack is already here. Another one is almost done. A third one, yeah. So it's still a bit tight, isn't it? And then, okay, in that same breath, of course, the station battery, because, you know, that's the station battery. What am I talking about? Which needs some recabling, the cables we already have. And when that room is evacuated, I need to open it. There's a problem here, though. That room is almost as big as this one. So the room pressure here would halve, which means that we would be kind of in a vacuum situation here. And maybe that's even the reason why the motherfucker here had been moaning and taking damage, because I just didn't take care of it, because sometimes maybe the outside pressure due to storm or welding or whatever increases too much. That may be the reason. So we need to get some gas in here, which we can. I mean, I can toss down, for example, a stack of oxide, which I have. And I have some of this gas here too, though I think it's rather ineffective when it comes to fueling the furnace. I mean, it's exactly what the furnace needs to burn. And by the way, the furnace needs heat. It doesn't need fuel. The fuel just creates the heat. This stuff is, I mean, I have pumped gas into a furnace and then was a bit disappointed as to the amount. I mean, I don't have that much fuel gas here. This is a valuable resource and it is easy to refill here, as long as I don't have a tool printer. Maybe I should fire that one, make that 2 soon, but first I want to open that. And we need this here and that thing in a different location, so it can be automated with a deep miner. And then I need to make the alloys necessary for programming, and then I can automate the light, so that we can have some stuff here growing. That's a lot of things that need to be done still, while the food is already beginning to run out. So I will probably have to do some manual growing, so to speak, by risking that I don't turn the lights light on and off in the right rhythm. That's a possibility. But then we have food solved, we have resources solved, water is still a matter of we have to dig more, but I guess that's doable. Then we have to use the shredder there, and then we have established some kind of basic foundation, and that would probably take at least 5 hours, all the things I just described. And so then 12, 13 hours in the overall playthrough, we should have that situation where I ask myself, what the fuck am I supposed to do next? But there's still way more to do, you know? Okay. That's it. And good night and stuff.